That's what I'm talking about. As always, the honk leading off the show. What's going on, everyone? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everybody, to the premiere today. That's right, this very day. It is the premiere of this right here, Steve Jackson's Sorcery Part 3. It's actually Inkle's version of Steve Jackson's Sorcery Part 3, The Seven Serpents, where chat makes the decisions. Very excited to be playing this tonight and getting started on this. But before I talk a little more about that, let me just remind everybody about ways to support us here in the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. Please check out the YouTube with !ArvTube, where you can see past broadcasts of this and other streams. Please check out !ArvCord, which is the Discord where we hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Again, about the YouTube channel, I've been reminding people a little bit this past couple of weeks that I'm looking for people to hopefully subscribe to that YouTube channel. It's free for you. It doesn't cost anything, but it would be useful for me because once I get to 1,000 subscribers, the channel can be monetized, which would be useful in the event that something happens with Twitch. Now, I don't expect anything to happen, but it could happen, and so, I just want to make sure that I'm being responsible and having a potential safe haven for things as time goes on. So that's what we're looking at as far as that is concerned. I mentioned Discord already, !ArvCord. Twitter is !ArvTweets, where I always tweet when I'm going live and talking about various things in various places. !ArvCord for that. And the website for, of course, everything on this page is arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, !ArvShop is my merchandise area where you can get Infinity and Beyond material. And you can get Adventures of Middle-earth material and soon-to-be Genesis material there as well. That both supports the channel and means that you can get some awesome swag, so please consider ordering from there. !ArvTreon is the Patreon, currently sitting at 20 patrons, 177 per month. Again, that has slipped a little bit over the last 3 weeks or so, so anyone who can jump on board and support the Patreon, very much appreciated. You can get good stuff for yourself, good stuff for the channel, and it really helps with a bunch of things, including inspirations for the players in our tabletop campaigns. And last but certainly not least, that sub button, which a number of you have already used, I know, in recent weeks, that allows you to subscribe to the channel. That is also a big help. Subscribing to the channel means that you can get, again, those custom sub badges and emotes, and also get inspirations to help the players. And again, that is also a big help in terms of financially supporting the channel. So please consider jumping on board for that as well. Lastly, the publishing stuff, !Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel. Details about that from Athos Arts Entertainment that has been released a couple of months ago, and we're trying to gather and provide more information about that as we go along, so please consider supporting there. Please consider supporting !Library, which is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment. The print editions of that are en route. I cannot wait. I cannot tell you how excited I am to actually have those in my hot little hands, and you are going to have them very soon, so please consider supporting them now. You can get them already over on DriveThruRPG in digital, where it is a silver seller over on that platform. And last but certainly not least, !Grayshade KS. More details about the Grayshade Kickstarter, which is going to be launching in early February, coming over the next couple of weeks, and I'm very excited for that. It's going to be a big Kickstarter for me. Last but certainly not least, BLM, Black Lives Matter, continues to be important to affirm and assert the significance of protecting Black lives, and !Help Now, which is the World Health Organization webpage for suicide prevention. Again, very important to be able to reach out if you need help, or to reach out to others if you see that they need help and point them in positive directions of places like, for example, people in this very community and stuff like that. So please consider supporting us there as well. On the schedule, we have got Steve Jackson's Sorcery Part 3. Now, we're actually starting this a little earlier in the month than I expected because I finished Final Fantasy VII Remake last night. Utterly brilliant. Absolutely loved it. 9.5 out of 10 for me, and really I was closing in more on a 10, but probably a 9.5 out of 10. Just absolutely incredible game, and had a great amount of fun with it. But I finished it a little earlier than I expected, which means more sorcery during the times that I might otherwise have been paying Final Fantasy VII Remake. So that's cool. So that's going to be happening this evening. Then tomorrow we have, Monday night, we have got Sod returning with a Grumbler's Guide to the Temple of Elemental Evil. And on Tuesday, we have got Adventures in Middle-earth, Tuesday, we have the Gamebook illustration stream. Let me rephrase that. The Gamebook illustration stream, which is Way of the Tiger, the Ninja Assassin book, game book with Terry Toons doing the live illustrations. And then I'll be doing Pen and Pixels Vaporum Lockdown, which I hope is going to be done by then. I think even it's probably not going to be finished tomorrow, or on Tuesday, but I'm hoping that it gets finished or gets close enough that I can finish it the following Tuesday. Only because then I have a couple of tabletop games in a row, and I'd love to be able to wrap Vaporum and then do the tabletop games, and then be able to move into Mission Critical, which is the next game that I'm going to be playing over on GOG. So that's what we've got going on there. But tonight, we have got Steve Jackson's Sorcery, and so I am going to get rid of this, and I am going to get rid of this, and I am going to turn on this. There we go. Hello, everyone. Good to see you all. I hope everyone is doing well. Welcome, welcome. I will fully admit here that I am like wearing my full, like winter regalia. I don't know what it is. It's not like right now. If I just look at the weather, yeah. So it's like, let's see, what is the current temperature? It's right now here in the city. It is 37 degrees, but I was out today for a while. I was doing some house-related stuff in the morning, and then in the early afternoon, the family and I went to visit some friends, socially distanced, outside at the Bronx Zoo, and all masked, obviously, and socially distanced and outside the whole time. And so we went there, and went there to just, like do this holiday lights thing. And that was fun, but it was really freaking cold. And the thing is, it doesn't feel, it's really not that cold. Like, I grew up in Connecticut, y'all. Like, I know cold weather. I have been waiting outside many a time in weather that was cold enough to freeze your nose hairs. Everyone who's been in weather this cold will know what I mean. But I don't know what it was. Like, I just was like, ugh. So I got home and I immediately was like, okay, Avengers shirt. That's what I've got on underneath this. Avengers shirt. See the A? See the... hate mirroring. Okay, see that? Right? Got the A. So I got the Avengers shirt. I've got my pajama shirt basically underneath this. And then I've got my green zip sweater over that. It'll probably will warm up a little bit, but this is a little ghetto, frankly. Like for me, normally I like to stream with something which is a little bit more on point as far as this is concerned. But listen, it's January 2nd. It's Cozyville. Like, we're still, I just needed to warm up. I was like super cold. I don't know why. Now the good news though, is that I have a little bit of leftover hot chocolate in this very thing. This is a Zoji Rushi branding. If Zoji Rushi wants to sponsor me, that'd be great. And does a very good job at keeping liquids either super cold or super hot, depending as the case may be. So this is still warm. It's amazing. Like the hot chocolate was put in here. Probably we left to go to the zoo at 3, so we probably heated this up and put this in 3, so 7 hours later, and it's gone from being it was very hot. It's still warm, still reasonably warm, so that's pretty good. That's not bad. A little hot chocolate. Also I saw this stuff here. Let's see. You changed your therapy point. It wasn't on top of the Tuesday afternoon stream anymore. Aw, that's cool, Garlic. Thank you. I'm honored. I'm honored that you see value in catching that stream. Thank you. Thank you for being part of this. And also thank you to Bulgaris for being here. A Manchester United hoodie would be a good idea. No, the thing is, here's the thing about that. I actually have I've got two like sweater type things. So no, that's not true. I've got 3 sweater type things. I have my blue sweater, which is currently in the laundry. I have a gray sweater, which I've got to fix. It's got, my father-in-law gave it to me some years ago. It's fine, except that it has 2 big old patches on the elbows that are holes, basically, that I've got to patch up and fix. And then there's this one, but the zipper's broken. So basically, I've got to get, what I'm saying is I've got to get more of that. And also, I'm going to have to go get my slippers because I realized that I left my slippers in the other room. And I also realized that I don't have any long johns. And, my wife was like, well, listen, maybe you ought to just dress more warmly. I'm like, I'm wearing jeans. I've got like 2 layers plus my winter jacket over it. I'm wearing the full, not this hat. I'm wearing a, like ski cap over the ears cap. I've got my gloves that I'm wearing on top of that. Like, it wasn't like I was walking around in short sleeves and wondering why it was cold. So, there was something, and she's like, well, so maybe the long johns will get the job done, and maybe that'll make the rest of it. So we'll see. Rude. No, that's I appreciate that. Thank you. Air is so cold, the only one I can stay awake for. I see. Understandable. Well, for those of you who were here last night, thank you for being a part of that. I went way later. We're not going to stream nearly that late tonight. I streamed way later last night, and I warned everyone that tonight's cast might start a little bit later, partly as a consequence of that, because I did not expect that it was going to go until like almost 3 in the morning. But I had to, because it was like an hour-long closing epic session. But man, how good was Final Fantasy VII Remake? Like, just absolutely tremendous. So it was awesome. But tonight, we have got another awesome game. Now, I have a question quickly for those of you, Nike jogging pants under your jeans. Maybe that's what I should have done. That's probably what I should have done. Oh, and Echo, I did see that. That's a good idea. I'll think about maybe changing the channel point highlight message thing. I don't entirely know how to do that, but I'll think about ways that I might be able to do that. Okay, but what I wanted to say was that for those of you who missed, or those of you who have not played before, I want to ask the question, how many of you in chat have played yourself or have watched me play the first 2 parts of Inkle's Sorcery series that we're about to play? How many of you have seen me play it or have played it yourself? Currently watching me in chat. Echo has, Mrs. Dunsel has. I know Mrs. Dunsel has. I know she was super excited about this. Yep, to both. Even got the game because of it. Now, have you played, Mrs. Dunsel, have you played all the way through to the end of the series? Because it's been like a year plus since I played this last. It's been, I want to say, like a year and 4 months or something. Something like that. Okay. Oh, cool. So we're in line for that. It's so good. So for those of you who don't know, I will sort of lay this out for you. Right. So these, that was very kind of you, Mrs. Dunsel. That's right. The fairies, they always cause problems, right? Okay. So these right here, this makes up what is, in my opinion, and it's not really close, the greatest game book series ever made. This game book series is absolutely out of control good. It is Steve Jackson, not the Steve Jackson who does GURPS and Car Wars and Munchkin and runs Steve Jackson Games. That's a different Steve Jackson, and it's confusing because the Steve Jackson that I just said, who does Munchkin and all that, did actually write a fighting fantasy book or two, which was also founded by the other Steve Jackson. So it's really confusing. But anyway, it's not that Steve Jackson, who I've been on a panel with once, by the way. It's not that Steve Jackson. It's the Steve Jackson from the UK, who, with Ian Livingstone, did all the fighting fantasy game books that we do. So he did this series, Steve Jackson's Sorcery, and it is an absolute tour de force. It is utterly brilliant. This book in particular, this last one, Steve Jackson's Sorcery, The Crown of Kings, this is the greatest game book ever made. There are in this game book 800 separate entries, okay, representing, I don't even know how many pages that works out to, but 800 entries. It is like intricate, and it involves decisions that you made from these 3 books, and it's so freaking good, right? But all of them are great. Starting with the Shamutanti Hills, I actually got this book. You can still see it just a little bit, I think. You can see that where is it? That CA right there. That's Caldor, a department store here in the United States that used to exist. Caldor. We had a local Caldor, and they sold this, and I actually bought it, Caldor, from that. And I still have some of my takes on some of this, like, let's see. Like this one. Like that. Oh, there we go. So those are provisions. Oh, and I didn't realize this, but... Oh, I know what this was. Wow. Okay, I don't know if you can see this. You see that writing right there? which says each worth 10 gold pieces, but must be used as 10 each. And then it says armband plus 12 to attack strong when using sword and all that. That writing, that's my dad's writing. That is my father's writing. And my father looked like that. Not the dog, the guy. So that was my dad, and that was his writing. And what must have happened is I played a lot of this stuff early on. I would play with myself, obviously, play these games, and then I would play oftentimes with my parents. And so that was actually my dad's writing. I didn't realize that I had saved that on here. That's cool. So if I can ever find, I have a couple of recordings of his voice. If I ever get a chance to find that, it'd be cool to play that for all of you, because I've been missing him quite a bit lately. I don't know why. He's been gone now 22 years, which is hard to believe. He died in 1998. So yeah, 22 years. He would have been 90, because he died at 68. He would have been 90, and I guarantee he would have made it too. He was in good health. He died in a car accident. Anyway, so this was amazing. And, this game really was something that just like, I even tried to program like in BASIC on my old TRS-80, tried to like start programming this and doing other little game book versions and stuff like that. So anyway, that was the deal with that. So the Shamutanti Hills was awesome. Then book 2, which is Kare, City Port of Traps, also great. And then book 3, which is the 7 Serpents, which is super, super cool. So Inkle, and then, as I said, Crown of Kings. So Inkle took these, and I actually have streamed years and years ago. I streamed all of these game books, probably like 5-6 years ago, probably. You can find that somewhere on my Finding Fantasy list, I think. Before I was doing some of the fancy stuff that we have now, I had this as well. But Inkle, since, has taken this and has been... I appreciate that, Arudnell. And yeah, and that's exactly right. Yeah. Exactly. That's well said. That's well said. I appreciate those words, Arudnell. It's exactly right. I keep it in the same spot for that reason. Because I can imagine someone being like, oh, you should save it. I'm like, I am saving it here where it was important to me. So, well, I did not mean to get all super emotional today, but yeah. So, what was I saying? So, anyway, yeah, so this is an amazing game. And so Inkle, the company Inkle, which is responsible for 80... Oh, thank you, Echo. Thanks, Echo. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you. Inkle did this, and Inkle's responsible for Around the World in 80 Days. It's a good little company. And they've done a lot of good stuff. And so they have done a bunch of these different things. And one of the sets of things that they did were related to these books. And when they first came out, I actually read an interesting like post after development type of thing where they talked about it. And the first book they kept pretty close to what the book originally does. They did develop a couple things here and there, but they basically tried to do things around, keeping it somewhat close to the book. In book 2, in Kare City Port of Traps, they went much more... They changed things up quite a bit. They sort of moved time forward and backward. They reversed it and all this other stuff. And from what I understand, in books 3 and in books 4, they took this... 3 and 4. They took this to another level. And in the book that we're about to start, they basically took this in a whole different direction, where they basically made this into an open world game. Now, the stated reason that we're on this quest in the first place is that the Crown of Kings has been stolen by the evil Archmage, who has taken it from us. And basically, we are from Analand. Analand had the Crown of Kings, and the way it works is every time a new person gets the Crown of Kings, the magic of the Crown of Kings being worn by the leader of that country means that all of these amazing things happen, and crime disappears, and the people are happy and everything else, and then it gets passed on to the next ruler. But this time it was stolen by birdmen under the auspices of this Archmage, who took it back to his fortress, the Mampang fortress across Kakabad. And that means that Analand is basically in big trouble. Like, it's falling into disrepair, morale is down, and everything else. So they knew that an army wasn't going to be able to get this thing back. And so they took one of their finest warriors, us, and sent us across the world. And so we went to the Shamatanti Hills. We successfully defeated this guy on the cover, the Manticore, and rescued the giant's daughter, and he gave us a key to get into Kare. In Kare, the city port of traps, we had to get through the city port. It was only basically the only way to do it. That was rough, but we did manage to do it. We got all the way through, got to the other side of it, and now we are in book 3, the 7 Serpents. And we are going to find out what happens here in the 7 Serpents. But one thing I can tell you for sure is that we have loaded our save from the first 2 books, so it will remember the decisions that we made, which I think is pretty cool. Most of it is going to be handled by the computer, so we won't have to do a lot of these other crazy things. But there is one thing that we're going to do, which we have not previously or which we don't usually do in other contexts. And that is that we are going to... there we go. We are going to be using our good friend, Arvbot. We're going to be using our good friend, Arvbot. There he is. There's Arvbot. We're going to be using our good friend, Arvbot, to keep track of the various decisions that we make, because you, chat, are going to be able to make decisions. Oh, nice, Lego Freak. Yeah, right now it's on sale for a really cheap amount. I got books 3 and 4 for like $6.50 total. I think the whole collection you can get for like less than $15, and it's well worth it. They're great games. So this will allow us to make decisions and have chat make decisions about what happens to us. Now, these are not easy books. It's less than $11. Nice. Wow, that's awesome. Okay, I didn't even realize that. This is really cool. But I should warn you all, this isn't easy, but it's a very different kind of game. It's an open world game. So we're basically going to have to stay on our toes. Now, I have not played this for about a year and a half, and I have not at all played book 3 from Inkle. I have played, of course, through this multiple times, but that's not going to help us with book 3 of Inkle, because book 3 of Inkle is going to go in a different direction. So we're gonna make this happen as best we can. So I'm hoping you're looking forward to it as much as I am. And with that, let's get to it. This is the saved adventure which I just loaded, and I will bring up Arvbot. Let's do that. Window capture, add existing Arvbot. There's Arvbot. All right, let's just get that down to what it's supposed to be. Okay, that looks right. So that will be for when it is necessary. We're going to move that for right now down to here. As I need to move it, I will do so. Although first I'm going to, wait a second. There we go, that's better. Okay. All right, so here we go, folks. The time has come. Let us fire ourselves up for the 7 Serpents. So, Kurga, you saved Kari from the marsh goblins, became a follower of Kurga, and heard the riddle of the sleepless ram. We have the following items. We have a sword, we have a giant net, we have paper fragment, we have a, we have a spell book, we have a cloth skull cap, nose plug, 6 pebbles, blimberry juice, bamboo flute, 2 giant's teeth, black face mask, green-haired wig, bracelet of bone, sun jewel, and a gold-back mirror, and a Kare gate key. Now, most of this stuff, the mirror, the jewel, the bone, the wig, the face mask, the teeth, the flute, the blimberry juice, the pebbles, the nose plugs, and the skull cap, almost all of this stuff is spell components that we need for various spells. Obviously, we find out about that through our spell book. The sword we started out with. So the giant net, the paper fragment, and the Kare gate key, those are all different things that we've acquired since then. But that's what we've got. 17 magical, 1 key, 1 weapon. That's what we're looking at. Yes, it adds a lot of stuff, Lego. A lot of stuff. It goes in a very different direction. So here we go. Night falls on this, the 8th day of your journey from Manaland. To the east, mighty mountains claw at the stars. You stand on the edge of Badu Bak, a wild and desolate place. Beyond lies Mampang Fortress, the Archmage, and the Crown of Kings. For the better. And that's saying a lot, Lego, because the game books are, as I said, the best game books ever written, in my view. But this makes it even better. Yeah, no, I know, Lego, but honestly, as someone I don't think you're going to find a bigger fan of the Sorcery series than me, and I'm super impressed with it. So, how we doing on sound, folks? How we doing with the music? Loud, pretty good. All right, let's see what happens when we... It's a bit loud. Let's see what happens when we get out of the menu, okay? The path has been long. Leaving the hills, you journeyed into Kare. Let me drop it down. That should be better. Better? How's that? Is that any better? Test 1, test 2. Better? Is that better? Check 1, check 2. Better now? Nice. Leaving the hills, you journeyed into Kare and saved it from destruction by goblins. You lost your spirit guide on its streets, becoming a follower of Kurga, the god of grace. You were captured by slavers, and you overcame the deadly portal traps of the city, ancient cruel magic designed to trap the unwary. The backlands are different. But the plains of Badubak will be different. Once long ago, this land thrived, prospering in the warm shadow of the fortress of sorcerers high in the Zenzunu peaks. Then something changed. They say the last refugee to reach Kare declared only, "They are all gone." The north gate was sealed and the backlands left to die. Now, the gates stand open. They say the land beyond the gates is cursed. No one from the young country of Analand has ever crossed this wilderness before. You will be the first, or more likely, you will die in the attempt. Inkle presents. And now we get this incredible map by Mike Schley. God, he's so good. Steve Jackson's Sorcery. Part 3, The 7 Serpents. Can you all hear the crickets? The crickets intensify. What's up, Shadow? Okay. Barely? All right, that's what I thought. So let me turn this up a little bit because... Okay, here we go. The stones of the old world road disappear under a layer of dust and sand. At your back looms the great wall of the city port of Kare. Ahead, there is nothing but an empty waste in the night. What should we do, chat? Should we ready my sword? That's funny, Rudno. Look back? Or walk on? First poll of the night, chat. What should we do? Should we ready our sword? Should we look back or should we walk on? I wonder if that should, if they meant to say walk dramatically on, like, you know what I mean? Illness. You know what I respond with that illness? Oh no. Is that toast is not toast isn't there? Uh-oh. Hold on. Also my monitor is doing something weird. Oh crap, that's not what I meant to do. Hold on, Chad. I can't see you. I can't see you, Chad. I lost you. Wait a second. Okay. Yeah, same. Give me a second. I have to adjust. I have to adjust. sorry, I'm just adjusting the monitor. Cool people don't look back at the explosions, it's right. We who are lost. Oh, it's unsolvable. Oh, okay. What the heck was I just going to do? I don't remember what I was going to do. Oh, that's what I was going to do. Yeah, sorry, folks. My right monitor here, I haven't had a chance to adjust, and looks a little washed out. Okay, enter. Okay, I think that's okay for now. Still a little bit. I want to kind of work on the contrast of that. Okay, anyway, lovely, good, thank you, wonderful, cool. So we got toast. Good. All right, last call. Last call. We've got a tie vote here right now, folks. Talisman of Death. Oh man, I remember that. Okay, we got a tie, folks. We have a tie between Look Back and Walk On. So we need someone to break this tie, please. Vote 3 and. All right, we're gonna walk on. But you have no time for backward glances. Your path lies ahead. You do not need to see the way back, for it is unlikely you will ever return. Okay, so this one, chat, I'm not going to bother to put on ARVBot because it's just 2 choices. To speed things up, when we only have 2 choices, I'm only going to give you, you can just say it in chat. So, should we watch the shadows or look up at the stars? Echo says watch the shadows. What's it going to be? Look up at the stars or watch the shadows? We have watch, watch. We have look up, look up. We have watch, 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 watch. We have 6 watch the shadows. 7. Okay, it looks like watch the shadows is the winner. You peer into the shadows as you walk, expecting a sudden attack. Every step along the broken road takes you further from safety and into the unknown. Something, Korga perhaps, sets your senses tingling. You are not alone out here. Is that the screech of a bird you hear, or a distant scream? What should we do? Should we cast a spell? Draw our sword. Should say draw or sword. Or keep walking. Yeah, I figured that was a pretty good cast. Exactly, Hillness. So what's it going to be, folks? Do we cast a spell? Now, for those who are curious, as far as what casting a spell looks like, let's see. I don't think it's this one. This is what our spell book looks like. We have a bunch of different spells that we can cast. We have dancing spells, but it will, we'll see like the different choices that we have. So we'll run through it. But I will say that whenever we cast a spell, it costs usually, it costs a little bit of stamina usually to use it. We have 16 out of 18 right now. All right, we've got cast a spell 2 votes, draw a sword 4 votes, keep walking 3 votes. Going once. Going twice. Exactly. Magic always has a price. Yeah, I don't think you were watching us yet, Triffid, when we played these. I'm such a fan of these games, so this is cool. All right. Yes. We are going to draw our sword. Trusting to your instincts, you draw your Analan sword. At your back, you hear the rush of wings and the call of a gigantic bird. A moment later, a ferocious nighthawk has plunged from the sky, talons outstretched for your neck. This is actually an illustration from the book, by the way. These are all illustrated by, I have to find the guy. illustrated by John Blanche. And he's so good. Yeah, these are a lot of fun. Okay. All right, chat. Are we going to... Should we roll aside? Duck? Or slash at the bird? What's it going to be? Roll aside, duck, or slash at the bird? I think I should have added dramatically. Like, do we dramatically roll aside, dramatically duck, or dramatically slash at the bird? Everyone's like, we got our sword, let's go. You all are reacting to this like 2020 is returning. You're like, no 2020. All right. I could go get my swords from downstairs, but instead I'm just going to use this, which was a speaker award of mine from debate a long time ago, and it is the best Spanish craftsmanship. This is made in Spain, and this was my award for being the 8th speaker at the Amherst debate tournament many years hence. So yeah, we're gonna slash with this. All right. 2020. All right. 2020 shadow. That's funny. All right, slash at the bird. You lift your blade as the bird comes down, cutting deep into its underbelly. The nighthawk screams in pain and fury as it wheels back up to rejoin its group. You count 4 birds circling, ready to attack. All right. So, do we fight? Do we run? Do we shout in defiance? Do we cast a spell? What do we do? $20. All right, 3 votes for fight. We got 1 for run, 1 for shout in defiance, 1 for cast a spell, 2 for cast a spell, 3 for cast a spell, 4 for cast a spell. Oh, we have some cast a spell people coming on here. Okay, I'm going to last call this. Surely we have an AoE spell. Probably. Probably we do. I really hope we have Fireball. As usual, Dragon Spear waiting so we can tie this up. Okay, we got a tie score between fight and cast a spell. We need someone to break this tie. You can always change your vote, of course. Change vote, $ change vote, space, and then the number you want to change your vote to. So you can always do that as well. And... all right. Fight it is. Let's do it. You set your stance and ready your blade. A moment later, the Nighthawk has swooped once more. Now, one of the interesting things about this is that when you have attack power, you can do these things, right? So, but what you have to think about is this. So you try to get a sense from the position of the creature that you're fighting based on what it says in the text about what to do. So defend means that you're back like this, right? And then this creature comes in. But if you're on defense, you will obviously lower the amount of stamina damage it could do to you. Other than that, you have various elements that you can do. If you go all the way forward, charging, that's your maximum attack power, right? Meanwhile, the creature that you're fighting does the same thing. If we're even, then both of you damage each other equally. If one of them is much higher than the other, then you damage them much more than they damage you. So basically that's the question. So for something like this, I'm not going to ask chat every single time because that would slow the game progress down way too much. Yeah, this is a different kind of system than what we have in the books. So because it says it's swooped, I'm going to defend here. And that's why. 8.2 to 0. The Nighthawk swoops in low, talons outstretched. You drop into a defensive crouch, covering your head. The Nighthawk batters against your defenses in a flurry of wings. Nighthawk beats its strong wings and gains height, gathering momentum for another strike. Now we charge forward. -2. You wait for the Nighthawk's wide open wings to open, then you strike. Your blade sings as it parts the air, catching the bird between widespread wings. Nighthawk opens its beak to scream and circles through the air overhead. I should say, by the way, that whenever you use your attack power, you're then limited in terms of how much power you can use. So see, because we used our full out charge there, I've only got half the remaining attack power until I build it up again. So I'm going to defend again because I lost track of it and we don't know where it is. I probably could have defeated it there. That's too bad. Drop into a crouch. Nighthawk tries to slice you with its wings, but you duck. You escape mostly unscathed. So we're going to jump forward on it again to cut. Nice. Opening appears. You bring your blade in heavily. The Nighthawk swoops for you, then tries to turn and retreat, but is too slow. Your blade cuts a ragged gash in its bony belly. The low hills echo with the bird's chill screams. It flexes its cruel claws as it wheels overhead. Defend! Glad we defended. Fall back. The Nighthawk tries to swipe you with its vicious wings, but you step quickly aside. You breathe a sigh of relief. Stretches its long nails while circling in the sky. Cut! Suddenly you dive forward. Your sword moves like lightning. Nighthawk screams as your blow connects. You draw blood. Reaches with its cruel talons as it turns above you. We're going to defend again. Okay, only 1 point there. You drop into a large crouch. Nighthawk tries to slice you with its wings, but you duck, flexes its long claws. Let's cut. Okay. So, bring your sword to bear with all your might. Blade slices through the thick leather of a wing, stretches its cruel nails as it wheels overhead. I have to defend again. -1. See, the thing is, whenever you defend, you only lose a point or 2 points of stamina no matter how strongly it hits you with, but you're always going to lose a point of health when you defend. Whereas if you attack and you beat it, you're not going to lose health. So that's the thing. But if you attack and lose, then you're going to lose a lot more health. So, cut. 0.5. Opportunity arrives. Your blade keens through the air. Nighthawk swoops for you, then tries to turn and retreat. But it's too slow. Your blade cuts a ragged gash in its bony belly. The Nighthawks in the sky scream and bellow at their companions suffering. It flexes its cruel claws as it turns above you. I'm going to try this one, and I just had enough to beat it. I thought I was close enough. You take advantage of the Nighthawk's anger to press forward. You wait, twist, and then charge forwards. The Nighthawk tumbles as it tries to lift itself away. From a few feet overhead, it collapses into the dust. The savage light in its eyes has gone dark. Now, it always gives you the opportunity to try a fight again if you want. Right now, we lost 5 stamina, and it says rough going. I don't know. I mean, maybe we could do a little better, but I think it's worth continuing and seeing how we do. You step away from the fallen creature, but there is no time to rest. 2 more of the creatures overhead shriek and start their dive. Okay, so we've got 11 out of 18 stamina. So the question now, chat, is what should we do? We got 2 more of them are fighting us now, and I think there's 3 total up there because we just defeated 1. So the question is, do we stand ready with our sword, start running, or cast a spell? And basically, that's right. That's basically right, Lego. Oh, yes. You don't mean the Patriot. No, you mean my... And actually, this is a good call. I forgot that this was up there. That's not what you meant, though, Lego. You meant... This is what you meant. You meant this. Thank you, Configuration Queen. Welcome to the Argonauts. There we go. Yeah, I had this adjusted for Final Fantasy VII Remake, so I forgot that I have to put this back in order. So give me a second here. Yeah, I don't think I need to move anything else down there. There's nothing on the bottom left of the screen. So if I have to, I'll move the Patreon status over there. But basically, yeah. No, Korga is our god. And in fact, I should mention that just so that everyone can take a look and see. Hold on just a moment. Korga, we can pray for healing. If we pray for healing, he will often pray, like heal us a lot, maybe up to full. You may pray to Korga, although may choose not to help you, but after a prayer, your spirit will not hear you again for some time. Now, there's two ways to use your god. One of them is in a situation where we're getting really low on stamina, we could use Korga. The other, we can't use rations or anything, unfortunately, because we don't have any of those things. We don't have any items to help us with this either. We do have a spell which could possibly heal us. We'll talk about that when we get to the spells. But otherwise, one way to use the god is to ask him or her to heal us. The other way to do it is in certain situations where there's like an impossible, like you've been put into a trap and like the stone walls are like moving on you. You have to appeal to your god or you're just going to get crushed. So I personally, this is just me, try not to use the god unless I absolutely have to, because I always want to be able to save the god for use in a situation which might be very difficult otherwise, which is just not based on a fight, but just based on whatever the circumstances of the book are. However, obviously, if death is going to happen, you got to use it and do the best you can. So that's basically the idea. So Korga is our god, and we can use him when we need to, but right now that's what we're looking at. So, okay, last call. We got stand ready, start running, and cast a spell. And I understand that the reason is because casting a spell does cast stamina, so there's that. Once, going twice. All right, start running. There is nothing else for it. You turn to run. Then, quite suddenly, the Nighthawks break formation. Something else is shimmering into visibility in their very midst. All right, chat, do we move? So there's something in the middle of the Nighthawks. Do we run forward or do we move uphill? Forward or uphill? This you can just tell me in chat. Forward, uphill. Up. Vote uphill. Yeah, and Configuration Queen, just so you know, when I just have a when I have like a two-choice vote, then people can just tell me in chat. If I have three or more, then I'll put it on ARFBot. So... okay, so we've got uphill, hill. That's not, they're just above you in the sky, Lego, so it's not clear. They're not really in either space. They're just above you either way. So, flies. It sounds like we're looking about uphill. Yeah, that's where I would have gone to. Okay, move uphill. You move up to higher ground while behind you the strangest of battles ensues. The wing of one nighthawk snaps upward like a broken branch. A second is ripped into feathers by invisible claws. The remaining birds scatter. There is nothing left but your mysterious savior. So, what should we do? All right, so we got saved by something. Do we call out thanks? Do we threaten it? Threaten it? Thanks for destroying those creatures that were going to kill me. Now I'm going to threaten you. What? Or do we try to stay hidden? What do we do? You've met Mr. Underhill. You're not Mr. Underhill. Let's go uphill. Dinner just ran away. Look at all the paranoid people in chat. Everyone's like, oh man, I don't want any piece of this. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. All right. I'm going to last call this because it looks pretty definitive. Change vote to 1. That's okay. Just go $ change vote space and then the number you want to change it to, and that's fine. So we are on a secret mission. Technically, the question is secret from whom? Because obviously there are some good people that respect what we're doing. I have no way of knowing what this is about. I know that something saved us from the Nighthawks. Maybe it did that to like set us up to kill us. I don't know. I honestly have I haven't, because again, this is like not Seven Serpents. The book is not going to be any help here because the Seven Serpents, the Inkle Sorcery game, went in a very different direction. So, All right, going once, going twice, and all right, we're going to try to stay hidden. You stay low, hoping the creature will not see you, but there is a rush of air just in front of you. Whatever it is has landed. You hear the movement of unseen feathered wings, and then at last you understand. This creature is a goldcrest eagle from the king's own eyrie in Analand. It's your boy, the goldcrest eagle. Okay, so what should we do? Should we say, and I guess this would be say, should we say or think, the eyrie is deep behind the Shamu Tanti wall, threaten it, stand back to see what it does. I'm guessing that that's just youth. Yeah, exactly. That would be great. It's a good question, Bulgaris, and I'm guessing. Sorry, Triffid, it's open now. You can vote now. I'm guessing that it's sort of like it helps you to think more about what's happening. I'm guessing because I think threaten it is dumb. Obviously, just me personally, I would never do that. But I think standing back to see what it does is one option. The eyrie is deep behind the Shamantanti wall is kind of interesting to me in that it seems like you're sort of thinking about what you know about it. Or it might be the passphrase. That's true. It could be the passphrase, Configuration Queen. I certainly don't remember such a phrase given to us, but it could very well have happened. I don't know that hurt. Like, saying the eyrie is deep doesn't mean that the Goldcrest Eagle is going to be like, what? Shut up. And then, slaps you into next week with its wing. But... all right, we have 8 votes for the area is deep behind. I have indeed, Lego. It was good. I have indeed done that one. Need to show a force of strength? Yes, but not to the thing that just literally beat the hell out of the creatures that took like 5 stamina from us with 1 bird. Hey, Kevin, what's up? We just basically got started. Okay. Molasses runs uphill very slowly in the winter. All right, the eyrie is deep behind the Shamantanti wall. The eyrie is deep behind the Shamantanti wall. It must have flown for 3 days to reach you. But why? The creature, slowly becoming visible, sees you have recognized it. It tilts its beak. All right, so what should we do? Should we look at the creature? Should we bow? Ask... or ask, what are you doing here? Hold on, it takes me a second to get this thing in. Basically, that's it. We left town and the seagulls saved us from a bunch of nighthawks. The vote should be available now, Bulgaris. Yeah, there you go. Except you can't vote 23. There you go. All right, there you go. There you go. Lovely, lovely. 6 votes for bow, 7 votes for bow. This is showing that respect that every eagle demands. I'll tell you right now, if I was running through the wilderness and I got attacked by a bunch of nighthawks and I was kind of hurting, and then this golden eagle shows up and tears into shreds, I'm freaking bowing to that thing. I'm telling you right now. I'm just like... no respect to the enemy. But it may not be the enemy. It like destroyed our enemy. Okay. I'm not even going to bother the last call. The chat is overwhelmingly spoken. Bow. You bow your head to the eagle. It opens its beak in reply and something falls to the ground. It is a message cylinder. Whatever it contains must be of vital importance, or the king would not have risked revealing your location like this to deliver it. Okay. So, okay. Take the tube. Ask, what is this? Or leave it. And poll is now open. I have this image of Echo taking it and being like throwing it in the eagle's face. Just being like, oh, how fascinating. A message seller. Get this out of here. Stupid bird. Yeah, it was, Coven. It totally was. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it was. Yep. It was, but bittersweet, right? It was sad because I miss him, but it was also a nice memory. But yeah. All right, take the tube, ask what is this, or leave. Yep. Yep. Okay, last call, last call. And welcome for those of you who are just coming in. We are playing Inkle's Sorcery, book number 3, The Seven Serpents, where chat makes the decisions. We play a character, a young Analander from the world of the nation of Analand, whose mission is to cross these lands to get to the Mampang Fortress from the Archmage, and to take back from him what he's taken from us, the Crown of Kings, and get it back for Analand. It is a difficult journey. We've already done half of it. Part 1, the Shamatati Hills. Part 2, Kare, City of Traps. And now we are just beginning the Seven Serpents. So that is the deal. Yeah, did it surprise me every time, Arudnel? Is that true that it surprises me? I mean, I know that there's little things like this. I mean, a number of these, of course, I've had these things for many years, and a number of these things are things from that were like this was not my father's to begin with, but like there are other books I have, like the original Fellowship of the Ring that I have and stuff like that. The original Hobbit, which is my father's, and so of course I have his writing. But I don't know whether to feel annoyed that I forgot that or to feel happy that I forgot it. But my brain is filled with lots of things. Yes, I can give you a little bit. He's been a fighter with some spellcasting ability, a fair bit of spellcasting ability actually, and he has the ability to cast a number of different spells. When we do cast a spell, you'll see the options available to us. Spells are really useful and powerful. The only problem is, A, you need the right components to cast them, and B, they do cost stamina when you cast them. So they're really useful, but there is a price to pay. Our biggest concern right now is the fact that we don't have any rations and we don't have any gold. So we need food badly. Elf needs food badly. We need to, up our ante in terms of health. But maybe this eagle will help us somehow. But that's what we got. I do. Yep. I absolutely remember that, Coven. Yeah. Yeah. That's sweet, Arudin. I thank you, man. I appreciate that. Well, no, we didn't start the journey with no rations, Hillness. Let's just be clear. Kare, the city port of traps, sucked. I mean, the book was awesome. It was great. But I mean, like, from the point of view of the adventurer, Kare was sucked. Like, Kare was rough. We're lucky that we got out of there with our skin. Like, it was hard. And so we went in there, like, it was basically, Hillness, the passage through Kare was basically the passage through the year 2020. Like those how it started, how it's going photo memes. That's basically what it was like. Like we walked in, we're like, and then like we got out and we're like, that was basically it. Because this picks up literally right after we leave Kare. Okay, we are going to take the tube. Okay, let's do it. You reach down and pick up the tube. 10 gold pieces. All right, we got some gold, people. Our boy the king coming through. Inside are 10 gold pieces and a rolled parchment sealed with the royal seal of the king of Analand. We trust these tidings reach you in fair health, but must warn you of impending peril. Your mission is discovered. Well, crap. The Mampang's eyes have spied our plan, and word is on its way to the dark fortress. Too late we discovered our unwelcome eavesdroppers, and news of your guest is being carried towards High Zaman by 7 serpents, the Archmage's most trusted servants. By now they will have reached the backlands, and here they will divide to complete their journey separately. If you are still able, seek them out, for they must stop to rest and eat. Destroy the creatures before they reach their goal, else the Archmage will prepare a deadly welcome for you. Find Shadrach the Hermit for advice, for naught moves through the backlands, that's spelled wrong, should be B-A-K lands, without his knowledge. Our hearts are with you, the king. Well, thank you, Echo. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so we got gold. We still need rations. We got some gold. But we got a problem, people. We got 7 serpents we've got to stop, or they're going to let the Archmage know of our mission. All right, so 2 choices. Do we thank the eagle, or do we ask, where can I find these serpents? This one you can just tell me in chat, because it's just a choice of 2. And while we're at it, you can sing this. I want to fly like the eagle to the sea. Fly like the eagle, let my spirit carry me. I want to fly like the eagle. Oh, there's a solution. Feed the children. Okay, so ask where, eat the eagle, Dunzel. Ask where, serpent, serpents. What's up, 7 Sumerian? How are you? Love the name, by the way, 7 Sumerian. Serpents. Okay, it looks like everyone wants to ask the serpents. So, all right, where can I find these serpents? You look up, but the gold crest eagle has already rendered itself invisible once more. You feel the rush of air as its great wings lift it from the ground. Then you are alone. Damn you, eagle. Okay. So, the question is, do we... No, wait a minute. If he's invisible, couldn't he just fly us to... Okay, never mind. Do we destroy the message or do we keep it? You can tell me this in chat as well. Destroy or keep? We need to find our boy Shadrach, right? Like Wonder Woman's airplane. I actually like Seal, but I think Steve Miller is where it's at. Okay, let's see. We got a difference in chat here. Destroy, keep. Okay, so 2 destroy, 2 keep. 2 destroy, 3 keep. 2 destroy, 4 keep. 3 destroy, 4 keep. 3 destroy, 5 keep. Okay, so we're looking 5 to keep, 3 to destroy. Going once, going twice. Well, you know, the only thing I'm thinking about is, I mean, if someone can take a note, the Seal version of Space Jam, yeah. I know, it's true. So what I'm thinking is, chat, is someone willing to just mark down Shadrach the Hermit? Because normally I have like a character sheet for this, but I don't in this case. We have to find Shadrach the Hermit. Yeah, so I'm going to write it down too, just to be on the safe side. So we need to find Shadrach the Hermit. All right? So let's make sure we find our boy Shadrach. Okay. So having said that, though, it seems like everyone wants to keep it. So keep it. All right, we're going to keep the message. You roll the message up and slip it into your pack. It would seem the backlands are not as deserted as you had supposed. You must find these 7 serpents and destroy them, or your journey will be for nothing. You have found 2 new clues, and another clue has been updated. Ah, okay. We can always rewind, by the way. So, I forgot about this clue book. So, okay, so we have the clues anyway here. We don't need to worry about the notes. So, clue, 7 serpents threaten your journey. They carry a message that will warn the Archmage of your coming. Okay. Shadrach the Hermit can help you. Okay. And the Sleepless Ram. Oh, this was a clue we got in Kare. For sleeping of the Sleepless Ram, seek the one they call the Sham. Okay, so we need to find the Sham and Shadrach the Hermit. We got 10 gold pieces and a sword. And 1 key. Okay. So there we go. So we got Shadrach and the Sham. All right, good stuff. That's a very good question. Find the Sham. Wow. Sham. Okay. What if Shadrach is a Sham? I know. Well, this is These are the questions that make me wonder. I still think it has something to do with the Nighthawks. All right, back to the road. The stars turn in the sky overhead. Taking the pole as your guide, you rejoin the old road and make your way north. Before you, the backlands stretch away to a dim horizon. How can you hope to locate 7 serpents in such a wilderness? Okay, chat, we must find Shadrach or we will follow our instincts. Do we find Shadrach or follow our instincts? I mean, literally the eagle. Okay, sounds good, Coven. I feel like, and you could just tell me this in chat, because again, I feel like we were just told to find Shadrach. Didn't they just say find Shadrach? I'm like, well, then let's go find Shadrach. Yeah, no, that's true, Bulgaris, yeah. But, okay, let's see. But it may be, like, that might be where we direct our path. Shadrach, Seamus. Shadrach, looking caves. And then we've got, we have 1, 2, follow instincts. So I have 2 votes for follow instincts, but 5 or 6 votes for Shadrach. And Coven says Shadrach. All right. Going once. Going twice. All right. Find Shadrach. No doubt this Shadrach will help you. Though how does the king of Analand know who lives in the backlands? Is there more to this wilderness than you know? Or is the king relying on the unreliable foresight of his farseers? Now we'll see. At the cliff. After about half an hour, you see a deep black line across the earth up ahead and catch your step just in time. You are 1 pace away from the edge of a sheer cliff. Oh boy. A few loose stones disappear over the edge and clatter away into the dark. Okay, so what should we do? This one I'm going to put on the pole, so give me a second to make it. Do we look for a way down? Do we rest until daylight? Or do we cast a spell? Now it's open. Yeah, farseers. The cliff is a fancy eatery. And we almost stepped over it. I like the idea that we walk up to the cliff's edge, kick a rock over it, right? Catch our step just in time. We stop, and then we're like... And then we, like, immediately start, like, let's try to go down. Like, just leap over the cliff. Like, all right, sounds good. See you at the bottom. 8 votes for rest until daylight, 1 vote for look for way down, 1 vote for cast for spell. Okay. All right, last call, last call. A rock like a took, it's true. Fool of a took. Should throw yourself in next time and, like, rid us of your stupidity. From the film, anyway. Okay. And let's close the poll. Okay, rest until daylight. You shiver and pull your cloak about yourself. The hour is late enough already. You will rest here, though there is no shelter, and continue in the light. Laying your pack down by the cliff edge, you try to settle despite the cold. At least you have eaten once already today, so do not need to eat again to avoid hunger, though more food will make you stronger. You will need to eat once a day to avoid hunger, but out here, food will be hard to come by. Of course it will. Fortunately, chat, it's no problem, because I have the second half of a plain bagel with strawberry cream cheese. So, I made sure to stop by the Bagel Emporium before going into the Backlands. Because I figured, you know, you never know, right? You should have eaten that Nighthawk. The thing is, there was nothing left of the Nighthawk, Triffid. I think the eagle obliterated it. Actually, no, I guess you're right. But it's probably really stringy, right? It's like eating a vulture, you know? So, okay. Close my eyes. You close your eyes and let your tiredness overtake you. The silence is loud in your ears. Slowly, you are understanding the true loneliness of this place. The bustle and chatter of Kare seem a forgotten dream. The long night is filled with visions. A hooded woman with a scar her face looks up from a deck of cards. It would be better if the crown were dropped into the sea, she tells you firmly. Or else you should wear it yourself and rule all. And even while you sleep, you know the serpents are moving towards Mampang, and every day you spend out here is a day in which your journey might be discovered. Edge of the Cliff, Day 1. During the past day, you gained considerable gold, +10, and found 3 new clues. No, Mampang is a fortress. It's the fortress of the bad guy. You all realize the reason this music happened. I ate a bite of my bagel with strawberry cream cheese, and immediately that music started playing. Now, I'm not saying, you know, I report, you decide, you know. I'm just saying that was what happened on the ground. Powerful bagel. That's what I think, Queen. I think so. Morning brings cold, clear light. You wake and find yourself lying all but on the edge of a great cliff that plunges to a rocky floor below. Didn't we take a few steps back, or did we literally just collapse to the ground like 3 inches from the edge of the cliff? I'd like to think that I don't roll over that much when I'm sleeping, but geez. You do notice, though, that we did get a couple of points of stamina back, so that's nice. A good thing you do not roll in the night. Okay, we're going to look over the cliff edge or cast a spell. What's it going to be? It only happens with real New York bagels. That's right. Symphonic bagel of rest. I thought we did too, but maybe not enough. Anyway, do we look over the cliff edge or cast a spell? All right, cliff. So look. Spell. Look. Spell, look. 6, look over the cliff. 1 spell. Going once. Yeah, I mean, like, I thought we stepped back and then took a few more steps back. Like, I would probably go back, you know, good 100 feet from the edge of the cliff. I can see that, Echo. I can see that you are. Okay, it looks like cliff is going to be the winner. Cliff. And 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 7 cliffs and 2 spells. Okay, look over the cliff edge it is. You approach the cliff edge and peer over. The drop is considerable, and the view beyond stretches for miles. Leading away to the left is what appears to be a carved staircase of rough stone blocks. In the far distance, birds wheel and turn above the landscape ahead. Okay, so what should we do, chat? Do we look at the view? Do we look at the staircase? Or do we cast a spell? And the poll is open. So again, for those of you just joining, if there are 3 choices or more, I will try to put most of those up on ArvBot, which is that little thing you can see at the bottom left of the screen. If there are, and if it's only 2 choices, then I'll just ask you in chat. Unless we get, now so far we've had, you know, decent turnout, but right now, you know, still it's manageable. If we got a lot of turnout, like huge turnout with lots of people voting, which is of course what I would love to have happen, but if that happens, then I'd probably go to ArvBot more exclusively just to keep track. St. Louis cut for bagels. I have not seen that. This particular place, I have to say, there are a bunch of bagel shops in New York that I'm not super impressed with. But there are bagel shops that are, a lot of bagel shops that are good. This one here is from the Bagel Emporium, which is in Tarrytown, New York State. It's good. Okay, last call. We got some wind going on here? We do. Yeah, it makes sense. It was windy today, actually, in general. The sea breeze. So the St. Louis cut is cut multiple times vertically down the middle horizontally. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I could see that. The St. Louis cut probably gets used for a lot of catering as well, because if you're going to cut a bagel, generally you don't do it in halves. You're going to do it in those pieces. That's interesting. I didn't know it was called that. All right, we're going to close the poll. People want to look at the view. As you stare out across the plains, the featureless dust resolves itself into low rocky outcrops and gullies. The landscape below is not as featureless as perhaps you first thought. Okay. So, whoop, not should. What should we do? So now, do we look at the mountains? Look at the plain? Or back to the journey? Hold on a second. Okay, poll's open now. I'm just waiting for the Gold Crest Eagle to show up again and be like, what the hell are you doing? And just like, you know, freaking give us the slap across the face with the invisible wing. Like, whoops. Yeah, like, come on, you're the last hope of Analan. Let's go. Alright, I'm going to last call this. We've got look at the mountain, 4 votes. Look at the plain, 4 votes. And back to the journey, 3 votes. I need someone to break this tie. Recon is important. No, I completely agree. Aw, that's sweet, Echo. Yeah, that's sweet. I would hope so. I could see that. Alright, look at the mountains it is. Beyond the plains, a line of low mountains rises, the Badubak Ridge. A second, higher range is visible beyond, the horns of Ilklala. Their summits must be subject to wild winds, as from here it seems that snow covers them 1 minute, and yet they are barren rock the next. So we're talking Badubak Ridge, and then the horns of Ilklala. And so there's that. Now, do we look at the plain, or do we go back to the journey? This one you can just tell me. I'm still bitter about the fairies. This one you can just tell me in chat. Do we look at the... Just go ahead and vote in chat without the ARVbot. Look at the plain or back to the journey? Triffid says... So Echo says back to the journey. Triffid says back to the journey. Mrs. Dunsel says plain. Commander Dunsel says plain. Configuration Queen says plain. Arudinel says plain. Rockout says plain. Shadowmage says plain. The rain in Spain is mainly in the plain. Alright, going once. Over the mountains and back to the journey. Plain, plain, plain. Okay. It looks like the plain it is. Sorry, Echo, you're outvoted. Nearer to hand, you see a spire of rock rising proud like a stupa. But through the mist, it seems sometimes that it has 2 prongs and sometimes only 1. From across the plain, you hear the distant sound of flapping wings. More nighthawks? But nighthawks do not fly when the sun is shining. Do you look back or do you ignore it? Interesting. What do you do, chat? Look back or ignore it? What's that song? Is it by the Killers? The "Don't Look Back in Anger." I think that's the Killers, right? Look back, look back. It's the eagle again. Come on! Look back, ignore it. What gets us down the cliff faster? Ignore, need to look at the stairs. Oasis. It's Oasis. Yeah, it's Oasis. That's right. Oasis. I should have known that. Okay, look back, look back. Jump, but didn't hear that option. It's from across the plain. Ignore it. Okay, interesting. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 looks. We have 1, and I don't know that, Triffid. 1, 2, 3, 4 ignores. And 4 ignores. Okay, so now we've got, oh, look at this. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 looks. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, so 7 Sumerian. Okay, so there's more looks than ignores. Going once. Going twice. Okay. Shielding your eyes against the low sun, you look south. The skies seem darker there somehow, and 4 birds wheel against the sky. Then suddenly they break formation. One falls, another is torn to pieces. A figure moves in the darkness beneath. This is interesting. I have no idea what this is. Again, a lot of these are not in the 7 Serpents. So do we rush to the fight? watch further, or look at the figure. And that's this. Rush to the fight, watch further, or look at the figure. I have no idea what's going on here. Like, I don't know what. Yeah, so now you can get, yep. It could be the dude, that's right. Or it could be the sham. It could be either the sham, or it could be Shadrach. It could be Shadrach, or it could be the sham. Or it could be some guy who hates us and will try to kill us because we like Shadrach and the sham. All right, so we got 6 votes for look at the figure, 4 votes for watch further, 1 to rush to the fight, 7 for look at the figure. Yeah, I think this is what I would do too. I would try to look at the figure, I think. All right, we're going to look at the figure. Oh, actually, wait, last call. We'll do that first just to be safe. But it looks like if it's the hermit, it's Kermit. Kermit the Hermit. All right. Let us look at the figure. You try to make out more through the darkness, but though you recognize the figure, you cannot place him. Oh, man. All right, so do we rush to the fight? Watch further? Or call out? So we recognize the figure, but can't place him. Interesting. All right. I mean, how close is this dude? Are you just going to be like, hey, what's your name? Name. Are you in danger? Danger. I'm on a secret mission. No one must know that I'm here. Or just be like, are you one of the 7 serpents? Serpents. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. What Triffid and Configuration Queen both said. So place him, yeah, that's basically it. Place him means specifically know what he is. Or who he is. Oh, okay. Okay, last call. I note here that we have a lot fewer votes this time, and that's because I know this feeling exactly, because chat's kind of like, I don't know what to do. Like, I have a bagel. Do you think this would help? Help. All of a sudden we say that, and like all of the birds and everyone like immediately rushes towards us. Okay. All right, going once. Going twice. It is not. It is a plain bagel. I look at the stairs. I know. Well, listen, okay, watch further. I'm your lost brother. What follows is a range of feathers of birds locked in combat, but suddenly the whole scene is gone. The plains and skies are empty once more. There is something very strange about this place. I think at this point I'd be like, what the crap. Okay. I don't know, Hilness. I'm like, what the f is going on? Okay, so now, yes, do we look at the staircase or cast a spell? What's it going to be? Staircase or spell? Okay, so we got staircase, then we've got spell, staircase, spell. So I'm going to talk about the spells. Let me show you the spells, okay? Let me show you what spells we have. Also, let me just zoom out for a minute so I can show you the glory. Oh, I didn't even see that. Look at that. Look at the wind on the map. How cool is that? I freaking adore these maps. I honestly would like to get these and frame these for the new house. I love Mike Schlee's work. Look at this. Look at this map. I love that so much. Isn't it beautiful? I love maps anyway. So, and then there's us. Zoom. Okay. So, yeah, the shadows of the clouds cast in the land below. It's so freaking cool. I love it. Okay, so here's the spell book. Everyone, fair warning, the spell book, the music in the spell book is loud. I don't know why. I don't want to keep, like, riding the volume every time. So, actually, you know what? I'm going to turn it down because I really do want to be heard. Okay, so here are the spells we have. I'm going to zoom to the beginning so you can see. We got a lot of them. Now, what happens is when we cast a spell, the way the game does it is it puts a cloud of letters up on the screen, and then it... Hold on a second. Damn it. Let me try again. I am pro streamer. Sorry. What I was saying was, I'm going to go back and I'm going to look at the spells in just a minute. But what I was saying was that when you cast spells, there's a whole cloud of letters that comes up, and then you pick one, and every spell is 3 letters. You pick one of the letters, and when you pick one of the letters, a bunch of other letters then pop up. And then you pick the second letter, and then more letters are reduced, so that by the time you get to the end, you really only have functionally usually 5 or 6 choices, maybe fewer, in a given situation. But you don't know what that's going to be beforehand, and so we can't consult the spellbook. We have to judge as best we can. So we've got Zap, which costs 3 stamina. It's basically a bolt of lightning from the hand. Hot is 3 stamina. That's a fireball. Faf is a physical barrier which capable of keeping out all intruders. That costs 3 stamina. Wall creates an invisible wall which is impervious to all missiles, creatures, or other material objects. That's 3 stamina. Law is something you cast at a non-intelligent attacking creature. Allows you to take control of the attacker's will for a short time. Dumb makes the creature you cast it on clumsy and uncoordinated. It drops the object, fumbles, drops it again. These are all 3 stamina. Then we start getting into these bigger spells, or into these newer spells, I should say. Anything that's highlighted here in yellow, we have the material components to cast. So I'm going to just go over one of those, and then I'm going to flip the page and let you folks look at the spells as I go tuck in Little Larv. So we have Big here, 1 stamina cost. When it's cast in the caster's own body, it will inflate the body to 3 times normal size, increases the power of the caster, and is useful against large opponents, but must be used with caution in confined spaces. Walk also requires a gold piece. We have 10 of them. And you put on the caster's wrist, and when the spell is cast, it transforms into an invisible metal shield, and the coin is lost. Again, that costs a stamina. What's up, Live Suing? So that's what we've got. Dope is 1 stamina. This spell may be used to open any locked door. Raz requires beeswax. We don't have that. That basically makes the blade really sharp. We don't have beeswax. So here's the next 2. I'll come back and deal with these, but you folks can look about these. Sus and 6. I'm not going to do this every time, but I wanted to give you folks a sense of these spells up front so that you can have a sense of them as we go through. Okay, I will be right back. I'm back, and thank you for the kind words. And you know I can see you talking, right? You know about that. Thank you, Live Suing. I appreciate that very much. I don't know what you mean about. Listen, I just went. I tucked in little Arv, then I went to Reactor, then I did some tasks. Okay, and the next thing I know, there's an emergency meeting, and you're all talking about me being sus. I can't believe this. We try to get a hold of you about your car's extended warranty. God damn it, Hillness. I have played actually Sunless Skies, Sunless Sea. I haven't played Sunless Skies, but I played that on Halloween a couple times. Lego actually. Okay, so other spells. So we've got Sus and Six. Sus is when the caster suspects a trap. Indicates telepathically to the caster the danger, best protective action. That costs 1 stamina. Six means 6 images of the caster produced, 1 stamina. Jig requires a bamboo flute, which we have one of. The recipient, the one we cast it at, gets an uncontrollable urge to dance. Gob, we're out of goblin teeth, so we don't have the ability to do this yet. Yob, and also notice, by the way, that Jig does not cost any stamina. So Yob requires a giant's tooth. We do have, I think, 2 giant's teeth, so that would create a giant. Gum requires a vial of glue, and it makes the glue super sticky. We don't have any glue. How tells us information about the safest way of escape. Basically gives us advice on the safest way of escaping. That's 1 stamina. Doc is a medicinal potion, and it will heal any creature who drinks them. The potions may be used by the caster. We do have a medicinal potion if we need it, but we only that gets used up. So that's Doc. Darksaber 2K wants to go talisman on me. Oh, does he really? We will see. We will see about that. Yes, I will actually. Let me go check Discord. I will check Discord. Once you leave the room, everything is fake news. Okay. All right. Doze basically causes a creature to be incredibly slow, move at like a 6th normal speed. Dud creates an illusion of gold. Both of those cost 1 stamina. Mag protects its caster from most magic. So Mage, I guess. That's 1 stamina. Pop requires a pebble. Causes them to explode with great force when thrown. Fall, 1 stamina. This basically means that when you fall, it makes the caster's body as light as a feather. And then you just float down to the ground. Dim muddles the mind of an attacking creature. Also 1 stamina. Fog costs 1 stamina. Makes the room pitch black in the eyes of all but the caster. Mud requires sand, which we don't have. Niff requires nose plugs. Causes the air to fill with a nauseating stench really vile. We have nose plugs, so we could cast this if we wanted. We do have a skull cap, so we could also cast a Tell, which allows us to read the mind of intelligent creatures nearby. What's up, Burner? How you doing, man? Gak requires a black face mask. This creates a terrible fear within the mind of another. Sap demoralizes opponents so that his will to win is lost. 1 stamina. God is Jewel of Gold. We don't have one of those. Kin requires a gold-backed mirror. We do have one of these. We can point this at a creature when a spell is cast. An exact replica of the enemy will be created under the caster's control. Then Pep requires Firewater. We don't have. Rock requires Stone Dust. We don't have. Nip Yellow Powder. We don't have. Huff Galehorn. We don't have. Fix Staff of Oak Sapling. We don't have. Nap requires a Breast Pendulum. We don't have. Zen is a jewel-studded medallion. We don't have. Yaz is a pearl ring. We don't have. We do have a Sun Jewel that casts Sun, which causes the jewel to glow brilliantly to dazzle attacking creatures or just light enough to act as a torch. So it's basically the flashlight spell. Kid allows us to concentrate on a particular illusion, and the illusion will become real to others. Wrap requires a green-haired wig and allows us to understand the language and communicate with creatures speaking a non-human tongue. Same thing with Yap, which allows us to understand the languages of and communicate with most animals. Zip requires a green ring. We don't have a green ring. Don't have a crystal orb, so we can't cast Far. Don't have holy water. We can't cast Res. Zed, the most formidable spell in lore, but no one knows why. In all recorded history, this spell has been cast only once by a powerful necromancer from Throban who was never seen again. Its effects are unknown. The necromancer's notes were found, but were crazed and unclear. Treat with extreme caution. It depends on the item, Hillness. So the wig, the green-haired wig, is not consumed when you use Yap and Wrap. The Bracelet of Bone and the Sun Jewel are not consumed. But if you're using, for example, a Giant's Tooth right there, that will use up the tooth of the giant. So it depends on what's there. So yeah. Okay, so those are the spells basically that we have. And again, we can run through some of them again if we need to, but those are the basics. So, right. All right, so we've got look at the staircase, cast a spell. So now having said that, did staircase win or did spell win? Walk transforms a handful of cheap leftovers into an extreme heal that deals after low stamina. Okay. Let's see. Spell. Oh, I have the vote. No, I don't have the vote right there. Spell. Staircase. Spell. Staircase. Actually, this is close. Can we... I'm going to ask everyone, I'm sorry, can people vote again one more time? I apologize, but there's too much time that elapsed between my asking you that. So, do we look at the staircase or do we cast a spell? Just tell me in chat. Look at the staircase or cast a spell. What should we do? My apologies for making you vote again. Whoop. Sorry about that. The chat program server disconnected for some reason. Let's try that again. All right. One last time. So, look at the staircase or cast a spell. So, if all you see is after on the chat, the last person I heard from now is Lego Freak with look. So, look, spell. So, I have 2 for look, 3 for spell. Look, spell, staircase. So, I have 3 for staircase, 4 for spell. Look, then sus. I have 4 for look, 5 for look, 6 for look. What's up, Marworks? 6 for look and 3 for spell. 6 for look, 3 for spell. 7 for look, 3 for spell. 7 for look, 3 for spell. Good to see everybody, by the way. Good turnout tonight. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it up. 7 for look, 3 for spell. And let's do it. Take a look at this staircase. What's not to love? You turn your attention to the steps down the cliffside. They are carved from the living rock, and their surfaces, perhaps once smooth, are now warped and drilled with holes from the rain. But they lead downwards all the same. How did anyone carve such a slope? What did they stand on to sculpt the stone so high up in the air? The top step is covered with curious bright yellow moss. Sunlight sparkles in the distance. A lake, perhaps? All right, so what should we do? Do we gather the moss? Do we cast a spell? Or do we climb down the steps? The staircase, I think the staircase is probably pretty close. I think it's pretty close, Lego, is what I would say. And again, all this, like, this is way off of Seven Serpents, the book, so I can't help at all. That and the fact that I haven't played Seven Serpents in, like, 15 years. But I have played it multiple times before that. But, yeah. That's not true. Hey, Prince Justin. Not 15 years. Because I played it when I streamed it on this channel probably about 5 years ago. So I take that back. But I haven't played the video game version, so. I'm a Rolling Stone, gather no moss. Oh, Lego, very easily. Because rain, my friend, water is among the most powerful substances in the world given enough time. Water will erode away the strongest rock cliff given enough time. Yep. Hard rain. I see what you did there. It must be, live sewing, would you say that it must be heavy rain? Branding, copyright Cage. Which is a weird game. It's a Cage game, I mean. Water is OP. Just ask Bruce Lee. Hell yeah. Be water, my friend. Okay, last call. Last call. Time beats down mountains high. Yep. I need more time. Give me more time. The answer came out time, which by sheer luck was the answer. Inkle, what's up, Josiah? I haven't seen you for a while. Happy New Year, Josiah. Happy New Year to everybody. Really happy with everyone being here today. Good to see you all. All right, we're going to close the poll, and it's gather the moss time. Intrigued, you take a small piece of the moss. It is juicy and extremely pungent. Okay. What should we do? Do we smell the moss? Taste the moss? Stash the moss in our pack? Or toss it aside? Grand Canyon, yep. Geology is a study of time and pressure, and Andy had that in spade. Terrific, I love it. All right, what do we do? Smell the moss? Taste the moss? Stash the moss in our pack? Oh, try refreshing live suing. The latency should be pretty fast. So 10, 15 seconds, it should be, 10 to 15 seconds, you'll still have a chance to vote and all that. That should still be fine, but definitely try refreshing. And Happy New Year. Yeah, always a pleasure live suing. I hope you can stick around if you're able to. But yeah, try refreshing, because should be okay. I have not had dropped frames on my side. It's true. It's a human thing, right, Lego? Smell the moss. Oh, do you really, Dunsel? Yeah. Smell the moss, taste the moss, stash the moss, or toss it aside. All right, last call. I love it. Look at all these votes. This is great. Let's keep it up. Have a nice blue moss. What's up, Wibble? When I put this yellow moss in my mouth, the Matrix is telling me it's juicy and delicious. I don't know, Lego. It depends. It depends on the food. If it's a food you're familiar with, and like there are times when you see it. Like today, my daughter discovered the joy. Little Larv today discovered the joy of the churro with the dulce de leche sauce. She got this at the zoo, and she ate it, and she's like, Daddy, I think this may be my second favorite dessert behind ice cream. She's like, that's amazing. And I'm like, well, fried dough, cinnamon sugar, and caramel sauce. At what point does that become bad? You know, like quite obviously, that's awesome. Well, let me actually do a quick, like the old quick and dirty test. Let me see. Here's my quick and dirty test for latency. Please type in the word taco when you hear this. Taco. 4 seconds. Yeah, latency is 4 seconds. Okay. So it's 4 seconds and then up from there. Yeah, see, and live suing has more like 10 seconds. Yeah, okay. I wait for someone like 30 seconds later to be taco. Taco again. Okay. All right. All right, so we're going to smell the moss, people. Smell the moss. Oh, it completely has Lego. Also, I have on low latency low latency mode. So I have that on as well to increase. It's way better. It used to be like a 9. Like I watched some of my old videos from like 5-6 years ago, and it's like 9 seconds, 10 seconds delay, like reactions to things in the games. Much better now. And the thing that's funny is that we were told for years that it was an internet limitation and that there was literally nothing they could do about it until there was something they could do about it. Like it was really funny. Yeah, very funny, Taco. Very funny. Rock God's just like, Taco. Okay, smell the moss time. Let's do it. You put your nose deep into the moss. The scent is like lemons and strong cheese and manure all rolled together. It reminds you of the smell of drinking water in Carre. The effect is heavy. All right, so now what should we do? Should we... Actually, I'm just going to do it this way. Should we taste the moss, stash it in our pack, or toss it aside? No, for sure. But the issue for me, Rudnell, is not that that they weren't saying it at the time. They were sort of being like, oh, but it will just never, it just can't possibly ever get better because it's like a physical limitation of signal over wires, and it will never get fat. Like it was in that kind of language. It wasn't the we can't do it now, but in the future maybe. It was just sort of like never, and like so. All right, stash it in our pack. We have a lot fewer people interested in tasting it now. Taste the moss. Every moss is sacred, yes. Tasting seems unwise. I do like the idea that we took moss, which could be moldy, and we're just like, we're just like, I mean, I guess, we're like, well, you didn't die when we breathed it in. Yeah. Pretty much. Durian fruit. Oh, God. There's these trees in New York that have these fruits that when they fall and are stepped on or whatever, I don't believe these are durian trees, but they are the nastiest smelling. It's always sometime in the fall, and I can't remember the name of it. It's a fairly common tree, but it is the nastiest smell. Oh my God. Is it durian? I feel like durian fruit is separately. Ginkgo biloba. It could be. It's a common tree though. Like I don't remember the name of it is the thing. Durian is Southeast Asian. Okay, because I know that durian fruit is a delicacy, right? And some people really love durian fruit, so I don't think this is what that is. Ginkgo trees. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. It's just, ugh. That's Senka Wake of the Dead. It's true. Still, as I've said, the worst smell I have ever smelled in my life, and I've smelled some bad ones, is the smell of rotten pasta. Rotting pasta is it is the worst. But ginkgo biloba, but that fruit, if that's what that is, tastes great, but smells like rotting garbage and onions with stinky feet. It's so weird because taste and smell are so closely linked most of the time. Okay. All right, we're going to close the poll. You've had it in ice cream. Really? Interesting. Okay. And it tasted good? I guess you don't notice the smell maybe in that situation. You stow the moss in your pack, but it quickly dries and crumbles to so much dust. Well, crap. Man. Wah, wah. Someone down the line, someone's going to be like, have you eaten the yellow moss? And you'd be like, ooh. Okay. Moss is like 90% moisture. I know. Well, this is a weird place, the Backlands. Okay, so now, chat, do we cast a spell or climb down the steps? We should have tasted it. I know. We'll never know now. Okay, cast it. This one you can just tell me in chat. Cast a spell or climb down the steps. Spell, down. Stinking Bishop Cheese Moss. Okay, so we've got spell, steps, spell, steps. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spells. I'm counting sus as a spell, Dunsel. And then we've got steps. Oh, we have a tie. But we have the spell from Configuration Queen. But then Live Stewing ties it up again. We have a tie. We have 6 for spell and 6 for going down the stairs. How many casts did it take you to get to this point? Oh, gosh, Lego. I'd have to calculate how many. I mean, I've had hundreds of streams at this point. I don't even know. I mean, I've probably streamed on average. If you count the GOG stream as a separate stream, I've probably on average stream 1, 2, 3. I probably stream myself personally 4 streams a week if you count GOG as separate. and times 4, so 16. So 16 streams. So 16 a month, and then that's times 10, so it's 160 plus 32. So 192 streams, so give or take. So say 190 streams a year, and I've been streaming now for almost 9 years in April, and in April it will be 9 years. So 190 times. So I've probably streamed like over 1,100 streams, would be my guess. Oh, for this game like Sorcery. I don't remember how many sessions it took. It's actually on my YouTube channel. You could find it on there, Lego. I don't remember off the top of my head how many, a number of them. Okay, it looks like we were tied up, and then Marwork said stairs, and Live Suing said stairs already. Rock God said stairs. So that looks like we're going down the stairs. 1, twice, and then Taco. Okay, so it looks like we're climbing down the steps. Close vote, but... You stride onto the ancient stone staircase, trusting it will not crumble beneath your weight. Then, one pace at a time, you make your way slowly down to the sunken lands below. All right, halfway down. You clamber down the ancient stairs. It is painstaking work, as every step is about the height of your own body. Oh, wow. Then, about halfway to the ground, you're forced to stop. The steps below have fallen to rubble. Well, crap. All right, what should we do? Do we look at the remaining stairs? Do we cast a spell? Or do we make a move? And you can get that vote in chat right now. And I'm going to put the volume back up because I realized I reduced it. I want that whistling wind sound. Look at the remaining stairs, cast a spell, or make a move. Look at the remaining stairs. This is the part where you look down, what is the... Oh, man. I have to find... Down below, there's a bunch of people who start chanting at you. Yeah, they start chanting Deshi Basara, Deshi Basara, Deshi Basara, Deshi Basara. The part where they're all chanting in the pit in The Dark Knight Returns, or The Dark Knight Rises, where they're all just kind of like, rise up, rise up, rise up. An incredible moment in that film, by the way. Oh, man, is that good. That's what they're chanting. Rise up, rise up. Okay, it looks like I'm going to not last call for long on this because... Don't get me started. But that's so good. Okay, close poll. Look at the remaining stairs. Okay. The step on which you stand is in fine condition, perhaps sheltered from the weathering winds by the overhang above. But the next is gone, as are the others after that, stripped from the cliff face as though scoured. You could make out fragments of fallen rocks scattered across the plain below. A few rocks skitter down the steep slope to the ground below. All right, now you can tell me this in chat. Do we cast a spell or make a move, chat? Cast a spell or make a move. I'm guessing it means trying to jump the gap, Configuration Queen, or maybe like go back up the stairs, I would guess. Time to break out the magic, yeah. Okay, spell, move, move, move. Spell, spell, spell. So we got 4 spells. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 spells, 3 moves. Exactly. Time to move it like King Julian. 5 spells, 4 moves. 6 spells, 4 moves. 6 spells, 4 moves. 6 spells, 5 moves. 1, 2... Actually, I may have calculated that wrong. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spells. 7 spells. I was wondering about that, Lego, yeah. And then move is like 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 7 spells, 4 moves. I miscalculated the moves. 7 spells, 4 moves. All right, going once. Going twice. All right, here we go, people. Cast a spell time. This is actually fun to watch. Okay. Now, the question is, chat, you remember that I went over the spells with you. Now, Dunsel suggested to cast Fall. Fall, remember, is the spell that causes you to gradually sink to the ground. Like, basically Feather Fall, like in D&D. So, I could try to do that, or I could see what other spells are available. So, right now we've got F. Oh, we don't have that option. We've got Foff, so we can create a force field. We've got Fog to summon darkness, but we don't actually have Fall. That's interesting. We've got... We can create wind, but we don't have the horn for it, so we can't do that. Jod. We could create worship. I don't know what the hell the point is of that. Yeah, it may be when you actually start to fall is when you can cast it. That might be true, actually, Illness. Let me see what else we've got. Oh, we got some others. There we go. Nope, nope, nope. So we've got... That's what we've got. We've got... Oh, wait, we have... Yeah, we've got J... O, D. Okay, so we can't cast that. So the choices that we have, chat, are we've got... So we can summon darkness. We can create a force field. Can't cast that. I think that's it. We can create a force field or we can create darkness. So what we can do is... This is what we've got. Okay, so here's the vote, chat. Whoops, sorry. Here is the vote. Okay, there we go. So we can cast Fog, we can cast Foff, or we can make a move. Yeah, we can go back and make a move. Yeah, it's fine. See, I thought it was... I actually, when I saw the F, I assumed it was going to be Fall. So it's interesting they don't give you that. It may be that you have to start falling before this happens. They literally don't have a fly spell. And if you think about it, it kind of makes sense. I guess the theory is because they don't want you to just fly to the Mampang Fortress. It would be a lot easier. Switchfoot's make a move? I don't think so. No, wise troll. Alright, everyone looks like they're going to make a move, so I'm going to close this poll. You have no choice but to turn back or else jump. Aha! Alright, chat. Do we climb up or do we jump? Oh, dare you to move. Okay. Jump, jump, jump. Deshu Basara! Deshu Basara! Might as well jump, jump. I like the fact that everyone's like jump, 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 and Rockgod's like climb. I would like to climb. Okay. All right, chat wants to jump. Okay, here we go, chat. You take a moment to gather your courage and then let yourself fall far and fast onto broken stones. That sounds bad. You land badly, and for a moment you were afraid that you have broken your ankle, but you manage to stand. The foot of the cliff is punctured by little holes, perhaps the warren of hill foxes, or whatever equivalent inhabits these barren wastes. Oh, that's fine, we just lost 3 stamina. I mean, you know, it's not that bad. Could have been worse. I've had worse. You liar, your arm's off. It is but a flesh wound. Okay, do we look at the cliff? Do we look across the plain? I know, right? Well, that's what I was just going to ask. Cast a spell, or do we move on? I don't know the answer to that yet, configuration. It says little holes. I don't know whether a hermit could fit into a little hole or not. I don't know. What if the hermit is a hill fox? There's the plot twist, chat. The hermit is secretly a hill fox. Maybe the hill fox is the sham. That's really funny. I'm fine. I've survived worse. No, I haven't. But I survived. That's really funny. All right, look at the cliff, look across the plain, or move on. All right, we have 4 votes for look at the cliff, 3 votes for look across the plain. A foxy hermit. I mean, I don't judge. It never specified that Shadrach was a hermit. It could be the case. All right, and wait for it. I could see a way out. I'm not going that way. That's funny. Okay, look at the cliff. You gaze up the soaring arc of the cliff, barren rock dusted by what little scrub can cling onto its sides. It is as if some great clawed hand had scooped out the earth. Okay. Find Shadrach the Hermit. Yeah. Yeah, no, and that also is a clue that we have in here as well. Configurations, Queen. That's a good one. Which one is that, live suing? What's the name of it? Okay, so do we look across the plain? Rain in Spain is mainly on the plain. Cast a spell or move on. And poll is open. Good night, Hillness. Sleep well. Omnimo. All right, people are looking across the plain. At which point you're going to start chanting. You're going to start singing, "Oh, Oklahoma, where the wind is riding across the plain." Blah, 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 blah. All right, and we're going to close the poll, since we have 9 votes for look across the plain. In the near distance, across the plains and away from the cliff, you can see a stone tower, the only stone structure in the whole barren landscape. All right, I think I can actually just do this. The tower. Okay, I'm going to open this poll. All right, do we look at the tower, cast a spell, or move on? That's a good question, Dunsel. You know, we'll get a feel for it too. As we go on, it may end up being that I can just reduce the number of choices for chat to like really important decisions, and otherwise I'm just going to kind of make them myself. If it turns out that it's going too slowly, I'll do that. So far, I'm okay with the pace, but I am willing to, you know, change things around if we have to. We know we belong to the land. Yeah, that sounds really familiar to me, live suing. I'm going to have to look at that again. The Dream Hunters, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Exactly. I might, right. I'll think about that. Because I do want to make sure that we move at a good pace. So I won't, I mean, I love that it's giving us this many options, this many choices, but maybe I don't need to ask all of them. So I'll think about that and I'll adjust accordingly. Is Shadrach a screen name for Rapunzel? I don't know. That could be the tower. It could be Stephen King's The Tower. Excuse me. Little bagel piece went down the wrong pipe. Can't have that. This has to go down the right pipe because it's delicious. All right. And we're going to look at the tower. The tower stands some way across the plain, almost in the foothills of the ridge. It lists to one side, but appears not to have crumbled into ruin. So, we can cast a spell or move on, chat. Cast a spell or move on. Really, Rock God? Did you see, I don't know if you saw, Rock God, that Stephen King said today on Twitter that he just celebrated his 50th wedding anniversary. I'm like, wow. Move on, move on, move on, move on, move on, move on, move on. Okay. Everyone wants to move on. That's pretty definitive. All right, let's do it. This, then, is the plain of Badubak, an endless expanse of dust broken only by the thin outline of an ancient road. No one from Analand has been here. No one even knows what happened to this place. Once it was the Archmage's country, his fields and paddocks, and now it is too barren to even be a place of death. Wow, we got some choices here. Okay. So now we can follow the cliff. We can go into the plain. Okay, so here we go. We can follow the cliff to the north. We can follow the cliff to the south. We can take the old road, or we can go directly into the plain. And there, I think, is the tower, right? I think that's the... I don't know. That could be the tower, but that could also be the tower. Anyway, it's probably too far away for us to make a decision here. But this is what we've got. Yeah. But this is what we got. Here are the options. So we've got follow the cliff to the north, follow the cliff to the south, into the plain, or the old road. So, where should we go? Follow the cliff to the north. That is not how you spell north. Follow the cliff to the south. Head into the plain. Or follow the old road. There we go. Still has one of the best books, which I have used for, I think, all 3 previous Arvanaut Idols I've sent as one of the gifts. I have sent Stephen King's On Writing. No, is there new news about that, Burner? I have not. What was the new news? They withdrew the suit. Oh, yeah, that's unfortunate. Did they say that they're going to come back and do it later on? That sucks. That sucks. They were right on with that suit. Expect exciting things soon. Well, yeah. I don't want to get into too many things with like WotC did not handle that well. Good. Yeah, if there was a settlement, if they withdrew... So let me take this back. If they withdrew the suit because they came to an arrangement with WotC, that's great. That's what I hope happened. If they did it for that reason, that's great. And that means that WotC came to its senses, and that's great. So I'm hoping that's what happened. That's all they wanted to do. They just wanted to put... Yeah. So that would be great if that's the case. I should drop Ed Greenwood a line and see what Ed says. At which point I would be immediately told. Ed would either tell me and say, you can't tell anyone else, which I would, of course, respect. Or he would tell me, I can't tell you either. That's probably what would happen. So then I would just come back and be like, I know things, but I cannot tell you. So, yeah, probably a settlement. That's good. That's good if that's true. Okay, we are following the old road. You leave the shadow of the cliff for the road that cuts across the plain. As the morning moves on, the wind begins to rise. From here, the path is uncertain. Badubak is a wasteland, and there is no path through the great ridge that forms its eastern border. So we have the forest of Snada is uncharted, or the Zanzunu peaks and Mampang seem remote. And I guess this is just sort of thinking rather than doing. Like, here's the forest of Snada, right? That's up to the northeast here. And then there is Mampang is over here. This is Mampang. That's eventually where we're heading, is there. But there's ways to get there. Like, we could try to go, like, over the Cladaban steppes, go over the horns of Ilkala, which sounds like it's not going to be fun with the mountains, but whatever. And then cross the lake, up the, what is this? The Tinpang River. And then, or just, like, go here on this beach and go this way. Or we could go through the forest of Snada, or we could go north here. I don't even know what this place is. And then go east. We probably don't have a choice in any of those yet. But in any case, this is just thinking about it for right now. Remembering also that we have 7 serpents we have to find. So what do we think? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. There was a forest. Yes, there was a forest in the 3rd book, for sure. Forest sounds good for the hermit. Forest. Okay, so it looks like forest. The forest of Snada to the east of the ridge is uncharted, and the Cladabak steppes are said to be home only to under-evolved half-humans. Not sure what that means. And then we have no track. So this is basically giving us info. So no tracks climb the horns of Ilklala, or the Zanzunu peaks and Mampang seem remote. The serpents are going to Mampang, but they're split up 7 ways, Queen. So that's the problem, right? Is that we don't know where they are. We have to catch all 7 of them, and they're going in 7 different directions. Yeah, that was how I felt, Triffid. That's kind of a weird way to put it. In fact, maybe just like like strange creatures might be a way to put that. Get ready to burn it. Okay, horns of Oklala. Climb, horns. No treks. No track. Okay, so horns. Okay, so it sounds like people are looking at this. Okay. No treks climb the horns of Okala that lie beyond the forest, and there is no bridge across the Great Lake beyond that. So, the Zanzunu peaks and Mampang seem remote, or there may be no road at all. There may be no road at all, or the Zanzunu peaks and Mampang seem remote. It's almost like he's thinking this through at the moment, and we're like trying to just go along with him to think this out. Remote. There may be no road. Yeah, I mean, like, I just maybe, I think it's just probably an inartful sentence, I'm guessing, Arudno. No road, but maybe a lake boat. No road. Okay, so we've got remote, and then we've got no road. Okay, it looks like no road is going to be ahead unless we get more people with remote here. I think I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 for no road. Oh, wow, look at that. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 for remote, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for no road. 5 for no road, 4 for remote. 6 for no road, 4 remote. Going once. Going twice. All right, there may be no road at all. There may be no road at all. When the Archmage sent his birdmen to steal the crown of kings, they flew. But you must walk. Interesting. The path beckons. There is no alternative. The future of the old world depends on you finding your way across this lonely dust bowl. Wow, look at all these choices. Okay. So, now we've got strike out. Basically this way. We've got north. We've got the blasted tree. We've got along the road, and we've got the marked cliff. Wow, cool. All right. Where should we go? So we've got strike out. I assume that means back to the northwest. Then we've got go north. Then we've got go to the blasted tree. we've got go to the marked cliff or go along the road. So here you go, chat. Strikeout is over here. North is directly north. Oh, I can't. Actually, you don't see my mouse, do you? That's unfortunate. So you've got strikeout is right there. You've got north is there. The blasted tree is there. Along the road is there. And marked cliff is there. And you can see for yourself what the larger map is looking like. So again, we're trying to get the 7 serpents and make progress. So we're trying to do both things. Oh, you do see my mouse? Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, good. That makes it easier. So yeah, there, 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 and there. And we're trying to get eventually here, but we're also trying to do that while getting the 7 serpents, and who the hell knows where they are. Plus, we're looking for the Sham, and especially our guy Shadrach, who, I don't know, where do you think a hermit is? The cliffs? A tree? Lying on a plain? Oh, that is definitely cold. Negative 17 Celsius is like negative 7,000 Fahrenheit, right? That is a good point, Lego. That does look like a cave to the east of the tree. That is a good point. It looks like Chad is going to the tree anyway. And... okay, blasted tree. Let's do it. You leave the road and walk across the desolate plain. The sun is hot now. After a while of walking, you see something to break the monotony. Too tall and thin for a skewer of rock or a building, you cannot place it until you get close. It is a single tree, leafless and dead, tilting from the desolate soil. Listen to this sound here. I swear I heard something cawing. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought I heard something cawing. Yeah, I thought that's what it was, Triffid. I was like, what is this? Okay. Sorry. So, it is. Those are crows. Yep. We got some crows cawing. Okay. So, what should we do? Do we look up at the tree? Into the branches? Or move on? Look up at the tree, look up at the tree. Yeah. Yep. R. Alright, looks like we're going to be able to close the poll on this quickly. Hey, Glog. Happy New Year, Glog78. It's good to see you, man. Happy New Year. I've had a chance to talk a little bit back and forth with Invisible Woman that you put me in touch with, Glog. So, yeah, so hopefully I'm being vaguely helpful. Although it's just early. We just started chatting, but they're saying myrrh. Okay, so we're going to look up at the tree. The tree must be the last remnant of an ancient forest, though why this particular trunk has survived when all the others fell is not clear. And that is not all. A rope ladder hangs from one of the higher branches of the tree. Well. Do we climb the rope ladder? Climb into the branches? Or move her on? Not move her on. Move on. What do we do, chat? Climb the rope ladder, climb into the branches, or move on? Do you think it's our boy the Sham? Or do you think it's Shadrach the Hermit? Or is it instead Bob, who just lives in a tree, in a dead tree in the middle of a plain? Because that's what he does. I hope it's the Hermit. I just want to look at the view again. It's a trap. I guess that's true. This is another situation, Queen, where we just yell up at the tree, right? Excuse me, me. I was hoping to use your rope ladder. I'm all by myself down here, in the middle of this plain, on a very secret mission. Can you help? But I have a bagel. Actually, I don't anymore. It's gone now. Hello. Is there anybody up there? Just smile if you can see me. Is there anything at all? Relax. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. I hope so. All right. Last call. There is no pain. You are receding. A distant ship rolls on the horizon, rising. You are only coming through in waves. I just heard that song again today on the radio. Man, such a good song. Honestly, the opening 3 minutes are among the best opening 3 minutes of any song in rock music. The song itself overall is good, but the opening is incredible. And although everyone likes to talk about the closing guitar solo as being one of the better recorded guitar solos, and it is good, I think the first guitar solo, which happens after that, I have become comfortably numb, and then the guitar, that is just perfect. Like, no notes out of place. Everything is just perfectly geared. That's very kind of you, Glog. I appreciate that, man. You've always been very generous of your time and all that, and resources, of course, but of your time and energy when you've been able to, which I appreciate. So thanks, man. I appreciate that. French toast bagels are so good. Ooh, but I cannot hear what you're saying. When I was a child, I had a fever. My hands felt just like two balloons. Such a good song. Okay. All right. So we are going to climb the rope ladder. You scramble up the rope ladder to get a view around the lands, but the branches seem to be alive, twisting and bending as you climb. They are closing in around you like a trap. Aw, man. It was a trap. Triffid was right. Akbar time. Okay, so what should we do? Do we climb down? Do we untie the ladder? That is not how you spell ladder. Or do you cut the branches away? Yeah, I'm hearing cut the branches and I'm like, that seems like a really terrible idea. I'm just like, Treebeard logic tells you don't ever do that. All right, sounds good. Sleep well, Echo. Always a pleasure, man. Have a good night. Programming note, by the way, to chat. We're going to play this probably for we'll be on for another hour or so. I'm not going to go anywhere near as late as as long as I did last night. But I'm glad that we're getting a start on this. I really do enjoy these games. And again, Final Fantasy VII Remake, though, was absolutely incredible. I loved it. An incredible experience. But I'm glad to have something a little lower key. Oh, my goodness. What the freak? 10 tier 1 sub gifts. What the heck? Glog, dude. Oh my goodness. Wow. Thank you, Glog. All right, before I welcome everyone individually, Glog, thank you. Thank you very much, man. That's very, very kind of you. It's generosity that's not required, but I'm very grateful. Thank you. That's very nice of you. As you can see, Glog has been generous before. He's gifted a total of 20 of these in the channel. Thank you. Very much, Glug. Thank you. Tier 1 sub to Bulgaris. Welcome, Bulgaris. A Tier 1 sub to Far Neighbor. Welcome back, Far Neighbor. Tier 1 sub to Live Suing. Welcome back, Live Suing. Tier 1 sub to Lego Freak. Welcome back, of course, Lego Freak. Tier 1 sub to Maze 88. Welcome for the first time, Maze. Tier 1 sub to Wibble New Zealand. Welcome, first time, Wibble. Tier 1 sub to Throw 7. Welcome in Throw 7 for the first time. Tier 1 sub to Amanda Geddon X. Of course, Amanda Geddon has been here quite a bit. Tier 1 sub to JD Metters. Of course, JD Metters often around with Emberwind. Thanks to Jennifer Brozek's connection there. Thank you, Jeff. So 2 months sub there. Tier 1 sub to Video Store Cowboy. Of course, should need no introduction, Video Store Cowboy as well. So thank you, Glog, so much. That's really kind of you. Wow. Thanks, dude. What a wonderful New Year's gift. Thanks, man. Got me out of lurking. Thanks, everybody. Hey, all the new subs, you know, if you want to keep doing, if you want to use some of those new Arvin emotes that you got there, that'd be pretty sweet. Thank you, Glog. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, man. I love that. And then we get those reminders every time, so. Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, look at that. We got some Arvin What's, we got Arvin Roar, Arvin Smug, Arvin Witch. Oh, man, this is great. In the meantime, we're still deciding about climbing down and untying the ladder. Those are by Terry Tunes. Terry Tunes did, well, the Which Way and the Get Hyped were by Kilobyte. But the bird ones are all Terry Tunes, who was amazing. Aw, thank you, Triffid. And Triffity Mats just gifted a sub to the 7th Sumerian. Thank you, Triffity Mets. I was wondering a little bit about that. Untying from what the tree? I don't know, I guess. Thank you very much, Triffid. That's kind of you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, thank you. Or does this mean that we're in a hype train? This is the part where I wish Chatty could actually show you if you're in a hype train. So I need to go jump over and see whether we got hypes going on, if that's what's happening. I don't know if there's a hype train starting. I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, 7th Sumerian. Welcome, welcome. Tier 1 sub. Thanks to all the new, welcome to all the new subs. And I hope, thank you so much to Triffid and thank you so much to Glog. And I hope that if all of you who are new like the channel, I hope you will continue your sub going forward. Turns into his conductor outfit. There we go. Look at that. The current hype train conductor. That's right. Blame Glog. I know, that sounds, you declared the Arvinuts train on hold. Listen, man, blame Glog and blame Triffid. What is this? All of a sudden we got an anonymous gifter with the 10 subs? Anonymous gifter. Anonymous cheerer, actually. Anonymous user? Anonymous gifter? Thank you. Oh my goodness, thank you to whoever, the anonymous person, whoever did that. We're also at 90% on the hype train. Wow, this is the final level. It might be Glog, but wow, thank you to the anonymous gifter. Okay, so that means we have a tier 1 sub to Sarah Scorpion. Welcome back, welcome in Sarah for the first time. 6 Classer, welcome for the first time. Poltergeist Zero with a resub for 4 months. Rising Tides, resub for 4 months. Welcome to both. Welcome to Sucades, tier 1 sub for the first time. Gentleman Junkie, first time welcome. Of course, Rogan. Of course, Rogan, longtime member of this channel and the Arvanauts, 3 months. Welcome back. And Ibrahim 2000. Of course, Ibrahim 2000 has been here before. One of Zach's people, Zach Clay's people. Thank you as well to Daniel Hodge, voice actor, who's been here before, but welcome as a sub. And thank you to Flying Enemy, who has also been here before. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. So we're at 90% on that hype train. I don't even know what the final level means. Like, I heard someone wanted to see a hype train. Dude, thank you, man. If that was you doing that, Glog, Glog and then also anonymously gifting again, that's incredibly generous. So thank you. You got a Twitch account. Thanks for the prompt. Nice, Queen. Well, I'm glad that you did. And Triffid is wonderful people, so any friend of Triffid's is a friend of ours. But thank you, Glog, so much, man. And thank you to the anonymous gifter. And if that is you, Glog, then thank you again. Thank you to Triffid for the gift subs. And wow, what a wonderful gift. 20 subs tonight. Good God, man. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oh, look. And we got 100 cheer from Anonymous Cheer. I'm sorry that all of a sudden this completely derailed the game, but all of a sudden I'm like, dang, look at this. Thank you, everybody. What a lovely Saturday gift. What a lovely Saturday. Thanks, everyone. I love it. And chat's been real good tonight. I mean, you're always good, but really active and into it and all that. And yeah, if you like this stuff, exactly. Triffid, of course, plays on Wednesdays. And I mean, since Queen's watched before, Queen will know this, but, and I shouldn't assume she, by the way, could be he or they. So I shouldn't assume. And 100%, we got one more gifter with Configuration Queen to Tier 1 sub. And there it is. Hype! The train is maxed out. Wow, thank you. Level 5 complete. Thank you, everybody. Thank you all so much. And it is she? Okay. 110%. Oh my goodness, look at that. The hype train is at 110%. That's awesome. Look at that. Look at these new emotes. What are these emotes? So we've got like hype lol now. 110%. Thank you, everybody. That's super cool. Thank you. So gifting subs is such a great idea by Twitch, can I just say? That honestly may be the best thing that they've ever done. Twitch does some not very smart things, but this was a smart thing that they did because everyone loves it. Thank you very much again, Glog. Thank you to Triffid. Thank you to everybody for being a part of this. Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Okay. So let's get back into the game, but thank you, everybody. 110% on that hype train. That is sick. Thank you. Thank you very much. Super kind of you. Okay, so untie the ladder. I don't know what the ladder's attached to, but I don't know. Like, do we cut the branches, stay with the ladder? I feel like that's a bad idea. I feel like probably what people are doing, this makes sense, is my guess. DJ Miss One Hype. That's a good one live stream right there. Oh my goodness. And then somebody gifted, yeah, see, an anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Glog, which means it might be somebody different. We're at 127%. That's a cool emote. What is that? 2020 Unity. That's an awesome emote. It's a sweet emote. Oh my goodness, Rudenell. Speaking of generosity, 39 subs have been gifted in this channel. Thank you, Rudenell. Holy cow, you guys. 143% hype. Level 5. That is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Welcome in Devious Kyle 251, who has been here before. Thank you, thank you. Wow, here we go. And thank you for the sub, and there it is. Hype train success. And I got a level 5 hype train emote. That's what I got. Such strong support. Level 5 continued. No, I know that's happened to me too. We got 23 subs and 100 bits during that hype train. Thank you, everybody. That's super cool, man. That's a lot of fun. Thank you. Choo-choo. Wow, that's great. Thank you, everybody. Hopefully, as we continue to do these channel boosts and all these things over time, that will really help too. Thank you, thank you. Choo-choo! More choos! A hype book emote is pretty... yes, that is pretty appropriate. That is actually extremely appropriate. Wait. I know that I got one of these. I did get one. The heck? Okay, it doesn't show up on... It's too new to show up on Chatty, but it showed up here. That's awesome. Thank you, everyone. That's awesome. All right. So we're going to untie the ladder in the midst of all that. Thank you, everybody. Okay, untie the ladder. The knots holding the ladder to the branch are thick with age, but you manage to work them free. The branch underneath seems to lift in relief as it is removed. A moment later, another branch draws backwards behind you and releases, knocking you painfully to the ground. We lost a point of stamina, too. For a moment, you hear a sound almost like a laugh. You can absolutely do that, Echo. Thank you, everybody, so much. That was awesome. Thank you, anonymous people. Thank you to Glog. Thank you to Triffid. Thank you to Thank you to Echo. Thank you to everybody. Okay, so burn tree. I wonder, is that all caps because of anger, or is that the Zork like burn tree type of thing, like open box, take thing, put thing? Is that, you know? Good night again. Are you heading off to? Are you heading to bed, Trivet? Command text. Good night, Echo. Okay, here we go, folks. What should we do? Oh, Echo is going to bed. Okay, good night, Echo. So thank you again, Echo. I appreciate it, man. So look back up at the tree. Try climbing again. Who's there, or move on. I really, really want to know what is the deal with this tree? Like, or is it the hermit? Maybe it's the hermit. Maybe this is how Shadrach rolls. Although if another branch draws backward behind you and releases, like... You know what else struck me? I bet it's Shadrach. Yeah. The other thing that struck me, by the way, is that if we don't get some food by the end of the day, we're going to lose some more stamina. We need to get some rations. I know. We need the hermit to be like, maybe Shadrach is the tree, and the ladder is how he lures in food. Yeah, but it said to seek out Shadrach, so then we just have to, like, stay with him somehow. Like... Maybe he feels better because we released the rope ladder. Maybe it was a laugh of relief. You know? That's what, right, Lego. That's what I'm saying. Maybe the tree, maybe it is Shadrach, and like, maybe he'll give you some nasty stew. Good, eh? Wars not make one great. It's tree burnt, Treebeard's hippie desert cousin. Good night, Echo. Okay. Looks like we're going with who's there. Who's there, you demand? Stranger. The voice is faint, yet echoing. Stranger. Dude, or even like the trees that we saw in Curse of Strahd, even in 5e, you know? Okay, so... Start singing Show Yourself from Frozen 2. Show yourself! Look for the speaker. Okay, so should we show yourself, look for the speaker, or walk away? Show yourself, look for the speaker, walk away. Okay, we got 3 for show yourself. We got 1 for look for the speaker. Choice 4, walk away slowly, then turn around and attack. Pull out Cloud's, you know, Omni Slash. All of a sudden you hear from the tree, Sephiroth. Shadrach. That's the real plot twist, is that Shadrach is actually Sephiroth. Burninate the forest. Burninating the countryside. Okay, last call, last call. All right, we got 2 votes. We got 4 votes for show yourself and 4 votes for look for the speaker. 4 votes for show yourself, 4 votes for look for the speaker. All right, we're going to need a vote to break this tie. 4 votes for show yourself, 4 votes for look for the speaker. Look for the speaker. Well, just Marworks, go ahead and get that vote in, though, if you want to do that. Just do $vote space, and then 2 would be look for the speaker. There we go. All right, going once, going twice, and... All right, look for the speaker. You look around behind the tree over your shoulder, but the endless plain stretches away in all directions. There is no one in sight. Okay. So, I'm going to take a look and see. I'm going to do cast a spell only because I want to see what spells are options to make it a little bit more of an easier sense of what we're voting on. So, if we were to vote on a spell, whoops, it would be... Damn it. Sus. Sense danger. Very sus. Very sus. So, there's sense danger. So... Okay. Cast sus. Or... Oh boy. Well... That's the fireball. That's going to require 3 stamina, be aware. Now, How will give us... How will actually give us information about what is the safest course of action. So there's that. Let's see. And then we've got T. No. T. Or read minds. Okay. So those are our choices. So we've got look up at the tree, cast those spells, or move on. Now remember, sus is like 1 stamina, hot is 3, how is 1, and tell is none. So I think sus, let me just double check. I want to see if sus is 3 stamina or not. S, U, S. That's 1 stamina. Okay, so cast sus. 1 stamina. Hot is 3. How is 1. And tell is 0. There we go. Yeah, interesting options here. Very interesting options. Test 1, 2. Okay. Making sure that my microphone wasn't causing me problems. Okay, last call. We have 4 votes for look up at the tree, 0 votes for sus, 2 votes for hot, 0 votes for how, 2 votes for tell, 0 votes for move on. So now is your chance to get in your votes so that your voice may be heard. Always look if it's an option. I could do that. I mean, should we make that where like that's not a bad. I mean, maybe that's a good idea. What do you think, chat? After this vote is done, this vote will finish up normally. But going forward, do you want me just always to look if that's an option? Chat, is that fair? To look basically if it's an option? Because it seems like most of the time we would probably want to do that, right? Okay. Okay, cool. All right. All right, well then let me close the poll. So auto look if it's not the vampire's eyes. Okay. Sounds good. Okay, so we're going to do that. Let's look up at the tree. You look up into the branches. Oh, it is. You look up into the branches of the tree to find the bare twigs have curved themselves into a human face. An old man's face that looks down at you with overturned mouth. Stranger, the tree face declares wistfully, you are lost. That thing's awesome. Look at that. That thing's great. Looks like a good dude, right? Sort of. Okay. What should we say? What are you? I am not lost. What makes you say I am lost? Did you knock? I love this art. And this is from the original book. Not all who wander are lost. Okay, so there we go. Should we say, what are you? I am not lost. What makes you say I am lost? Or did you knock me off your branch? The last one is basically like, did you knock me off my branch? Did you knock me off my... Because if you knock me off off your branch, then we're going to have a problem, you and me. Like, if you knock me... Did you knock me off your branch? Because if you knocked me off your branch, we are going to have a problem, okay? You and me, we's going to... Say hello to my little friend, Fireball. You looking at me? Because I'm looking at you. You looking at me? All of a sudden, it's like Brooklyn Throwdown in the Backlands. Okay. Last call. And... I'm not lost. That show had less going for it than I do. Time for things to get a little hot. All right. What makes you say I am lost? All who enter this place are lost, the face replies sadly. This is a land accursed. Every soul within is lost. That's unfortunate. Okay, so do we say I must reach Mampang. I can look after myself. And will you aid me? Question mark. All right, chat. What should we say? Well, I look to you like a tree. Like I'm only here for you to build a nest in. Is that what I am to you? Am I a bunch of wood? Am I recycling to you? Am I recycling to you? Am I like a post and beam house? Is that what I am? I love how this is morphing into Christopher Walken. Am I a post and beam to you? Because I want you to explore the space. I feel like I'm a tree, and I want you to explore everything about what's going on. I think you know. Oh, man. I'm so tempted to make that his voice now. All that went to this place are lost. This is a land accursed. Every soul within is lost. Oh, man. Will you aid me? All right. Will you aid me? Aid you? You want me to aid you? Okay. So I did that because it looked pretty definitive. 8 votes for will you aid me. Will you aid me, you ask? The branches flutter and break in a sudden gust of wind, the face disappearing for a moment. You seek the whereabouts. No. You seek the whereabouts of Shadrach of Badubak, the face declares. Aha. Showing my NY. Are you talking to me, Rock God? You saying? And Rock God's like, the cat can get. And then Rock God fires back with the Boston area accent and like, I'm gonna get in the cab and drive down there. You talking to me? I'm gonna get in the cab and drive. Oh man. Okay. I know, right? So who is he? Where will I find him? Or how do you know this? Okay. So what should we say, chat? Who is he? Where will I find him? Or how do you know this? Who does number 2 work for? Where's Shadrach? Where's Shadrach? Where's Shadrach? You talking to me about Shadrach? Because if you want me to tell you about Shadrach, I'll tell you about Shadrach. Like, you don't need to talk to me. There's no reason to be... You always, like, speaking around. There's no need to talk about that, okay? I'll tell you about Shadrach. You sit down there, and I'm going to tell you about Shadrach. You asking me to tell you? Because I'll tell you about Shadrach. The key to that accent, incidentally, which is sort of the angry Brooklyn Italian, so to speak, accent, is basically to never actually complete a sentence fully. You talking to me? Because if you're talking to me, like listen, you know what I'm talking. Listen, you looking at me. You want Shadrach? Like if I tell you Shadrach, listen, I don't know about Shadrach. What you tell me? You basically just want to continually fire it up, you know. Probably not, but I don't know though, Lego. If there were, as of 30 people clustered around the trunk of this tree, do you think? And everyone was like huddling up to be like, "What do you think we should say?" I don't know, maybe this or another. All right, we'll take a vote. Like, I think we should say this. Like, no, I think we should say that he looks stupid. What? Nobody says that. Oh, maybe we should tell him about. I think we should ask him if he likes woodworking. What? Woodworking? Yeah, but like maybe he has friends who do this. He's a tree. Well, I mean, maybe, I don't know. Maybe he's trying to branch out. Was that a stupid pun? No, I'm just a little bit nervous, okay? Shut up, shutting up. Yeah. Okay. Last call. Maybe he wasn't always a tree. I got better. Okay. Where will I find him? Where will I find him, you ask? Turn like a leaf in the morning. The face replays, sighing a deep sorrow of ash and autumn color. To the fishtail rock. He is expecting you. Another stronger breeze catches the branches and disturbs them. And when they settle, the face has disappeared. Ooh, okay. So do we say come back or do we walk on? Okay, so we go to the fishtail rock, it tells us. Do we say come back or walk on? Look, did I tell you you could go? I did not tell you to leave. Did you leave? Are you leaving right now? Are you listen, I'm talking to you. Did you just leave? Are you leave? I'm down here talking to you and did you go? I did not tell you to leave. Turn like a leaf in the morning toward the sun, which is yet to the east. Oh, man. See, but the thing I worry about is that we were going east. So does that mean he wants us to turn the opposite direction? So we're going in one way. A leaf turns all the way around in the morning, so he wants us to go back west? Come back. Hey, get back here, kid. Okay, let's see. So we have walk on, come back. So east, okay. Well, first of all, so let's do the come back or walk on. So are we walking on or saying come back? And then we'll decide what direction. Walk on or come back. So I have Triffid as walk on. Dunsel says to say come back. I think Lego is saying to come back. Queen says walk on. Dunsel says come back. All right, so I've got, let's see, 1, 2. Looks like I've got 2 walk-ons. And then I've got 2, 1, 2. It looks like I've got 3 walks and 3 comebacks. Yours was comeback. Okay. So I've got 3 comebacks and 3 walks. So I need someone to break this tie. 3 comebacks and 3 walks. That's what we got. That's what we got. We got it. Clog says walk. All right, so we're looking at walk. All right. Going once. Going twice. It might annoy him. Like, are you telling me to come back? Right, exactly. It, them. Okay, we're going to walk on. You walk away from the shade of the tree. Your clues have been updated. All right, let's take a look at those clues, shall we? Shadrach is at Fishtail Rock. Okay. So, does it show us where Fishtail Rock is? Actually, is that Fishtail Rock? Does that look like a fishtail to anybody? Does that look like Fishtail Rock right there? That's gotta be, that's probably is it, right? I wish I could just go directly to Fishtail Rock, but anyway. Christopher Wooden. Close enough. All right. So that's fine. So that gives us his choices here. So here we go, chat. Yeah, maybe. It's not necessarily, but... So where should we go? Okay. Do we go... the plane... Whoops. Which is back this way. Do we go back towards the cliff? Do we go north? It looks like a cave, but it looks like a rock. It didn't say that he wasn't in there. I mean, he's not going to be on top of a rock, I don't think. Or do we go... Yeah. Or do we go east along the road? And if we want to go towards that rock, my best guess is that we go along the road, right? Like, that's the only thing that leads us east. This turns us back that way. This goes to the plain to the northwest. This goes directly north. So the only place would be here, I would think, if we want to go towards the rock, the Fishtail Rock. I mean, if it's Leaf in the morning and that's east, and that's for sure, then we want to head this way, and that means we go to the road, I think, if that's what we're doing. You know? What I would love is to go, you know, here, Fishtail, catch the hermit, be like, you must go this way to get to the 7 serpents. We go up this way, head over here, go this way, you know? Exactly. He'll be like, I said fishtail. What are you talking about? You talking? I didn't say fishtail. Listen, I didn't talk about like fish. Did I say fish scale? Did I say fish scale? Did I stutter? I said fishtail rock. We just come to the rock, circle of life, and then suddenly Simba plunges down. It's funny. Dramatic music plays. All right, and east along the road. Yeah, I think this is the right call. You walk on across the plain until you meet the edge of an old road. The sun has reached its highest point now. Out of the shade, the air is baking hot. The road snakes across the dust bowl. In the near distance, you make out something through the haze. Not a tower, but a spire of rock. Hopefully that's ours. It seems to flicker strangely. From behind you, a voice says, "Excuse me." Do we draw our sword or do we turn around? Excuse me. I am your worst nightmare. Or, excuse me, I am a French chef, and I'd love to cook for you, giving you rations for 10 days. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit tired, and you're never turning round. Turn around. Every now and then I get a little bit anxious, 'cause you're always speaking to me in a deserted plane. Turn around. Now I'm trying to get to a rock that I hope is a fishtail I can meet. Shadrach, turn around. Then I'm gonna do this because I've gotta do it, cause that's what the game says. Good Christ, turn around. I'm telling you to turn. Every now and then I play this game. Rude, no. What do you mean rando? There's nothing rando about it. You know what, Lego? I don't remember. I know that we had a lot more rations before part 2 of the game, which was this Carre, this part, Carre City Port of Traps. But I couldn't tell you. I just know that that city was rough. We made it, but bright eyes. If you ever want to laugh, I may have talked about this before. Look up the video for I forget what they call these. They're like the actual realistic translation or the actual lip sync. But basically, it's like they show the video, a famous video, and then they play the song, but they change the lyrics. So it's like the actual dramatic video, and like, every now and then I turn my hair, and like it does all this stuff, and that's pretty wild. Cannot eat our 10 gold pieces. That is a good point. Okay, looks like everyone's wanting us to turn around and not draw a sword. I am in agreement with this. You turn around to find the road deserted. There is no one in sight in any direction. Is that true, Dunsel, really? Okay, do we say, where are you, or shake this off? And in that case, we have to yell it out, right? Like in Batman Begins. Where are you? Here. Ah! So do we say, where are you, or do we shake it off? Shake it like a Polaroid picture. Where are you? Where are you? That's funny, and I can see that actually, Dunsel. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Because memes. Every now and then I was falling in love. Now I'm only falling apart. There's nothing I can say. A total eclipse of the heart. They're hallucinating, right? Okay, let's see. We've got We've got one shake it, 2 wears, one shake it, 3 wears, 2 shake it's, 3 wears, 2 shake it, 4 wears, 2 shake it, 4 wears, 2 shake it, 4 wears. Do the T swizzle. I'm gonna call that a shake it, Shadowed. 3 shake it, 4 3 shake it, and 4 wears. I noticed that gift box too. That Shadowed it also has gifted 25 gifts of. Man, I have so many generous people in this chat. Shake it. So, where? Oh my God. All right, so now we've got, let's see, we've got 2 shake it's, 3 wears, 2 shake it's, 4 wears, 3 shake it's, 4 wears, 4 shake it's, 4 wears, 4 shake it's, 5 wears. Shake it like a Polaroid picture. 4 shake it's, 5 wears. Okay, going once, going twice. All right, we're going to ask, where are you? Where are you, you call, half expecting Flanker to materialize up from the dust to greet you. Flanker is the assassin whose life we spared in the first part, the Shamantanti Hills, and then we ran into him again in part 2 in Carre City of Traps, and he helped us. So, yeah. There is no reply. The cold wind whistles around you. The plains feel suddenly far emptier than a moment before. You continue along the ghost road. Ooh, the ghost road. Heading east. Okay, so we can see the spire now. So basically now we have 4 places to go. Okay, I'm just going to, rather than putting up these choices, I'm going to guess, chat, tell me if I'm wrong, that we continue to head east, right? The choices that it gives you are we could head back to the tree, we could go west on the road, or we could go south to the marked cliff. But I'm guessing you want to keep heading east because that's heading towards the Fishtail Rock, right? So is that east that we're doing it? Yeah, I wonder if it is Flanker. I like that dude. I mean, the thing is, he would show, but I mean, he would eventually show up and help us. Like, he's not going to do that and then screw us over. At least I don't think so. I guess he could. Perhaps he will. Okay, so we got east, 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 east. All right, so everyone's good with us heading east? Okay. East it is. You follow the old road. Heat beats down from an empty sky. The road forks here with the main path snaking up the mountainside to the east. Rocks have tumbled down the slope and all but covered the road. Okay, so by the rules we set, I'm going to auto-look, except into a vampire, according to Dunsel, Vampire's Eyes. So looking east, you cast your gaze east towards the towering Baduback Ridge. The main peak is lost in haze at the end of the long winding road that climbs the slope. And north, looking north, the road winds along the rocky edges of the foothills. A particularly impressive stone stupa, I don't know what a stupa is, I guess it's just an outcropping of rock, stands out a little way along. Stones shift and move underfoot as you walk. So, all right, chat. So now we can go back west, which doesn't make any sense. So, because we've already done that. So I'm not going to give that as an option. So we're either going to go north towards the rock or east towards the mountain path. So north towards the rock or east towards the mountain path. North, I'm guessing. See, this is that area, too, that we have to somehow... We're going to have to get over the Baduback Ridge eventually and get down on the Claddaback Steps. I want to find one of those serpents, though. 7 serpents, man. I want to find one of them. Somewhere. Stupa's built. Very hard lollipops. A stupa is a mound-like or hemispherical structure containing relics that is used as a place of meditation. A related architectural term is a chaitya, which is a prayer hall or temple containing a stupa. So do we know it's a stupa and not just a natural thing? Chupa Chups? I think so. Okay, it sounds like everyone wants to go north. So we're going to do that. The ground underfoot turns into rocks and scree. The sun begins to dip, heading towards the horizon. You pause to rest in the shadow of a large rock spire that sticks from the dirt like a claw through cloth. Okay, we look at the rock. It's a single shattered spire, perhaps one part of the mountain range to the east, or perhaps driven up through the ground by some geological quirk. At the base of the rock is the mouth of a cave. Okay, so again, look around the plain. All around, dusty plains stretch north and west. To the east, the mountains are gleaming in the afternoon sun. Okay, so obviously we're not moving on. Well, I mean, I guess we could move on, but the cave is where we are. So I'm going to have us look inside the cave because that's pretty much what we were planning to do. It sounds like that was the plan for what we were doing. So I'm going to have us do that. You approach the cave with one hand on your blade, remembering the giants in the hills outside Kare. The cave appears to go back some distance into pitch blackness. Someone seems to have scratched a message into the rock inside the cave. It is only just legible and must be ancient. All right, let's see what spells we have, chat, before I put this choice up there. So what? So we can either read the scratched message, and then the spells we have are... Well, why the hell we would cast a fireball here, but... That's 3 stamina. Remember, how is safe passage, so basically gives us guidance. Resurrect the dead. Eee, that's creepy. Also, we don't have any holy water. Okay. Alright, there is no second decay. Ah, that's interesting. Cast sun. That costs nothing. We have a sun jewel, so that could create light. Cast sun. Or sense danger. Or move on. All right, chat, so here we go. Now you've seen what that does. So, do we read the scratched message, which is on the wall there? Do we cast one of the 4 spells? Hot, which is a fireball. That'll cost us 3 stamina. How, which is sort of like which way do we go? That's 1 stamina. Sun, which costs no stamina. That would just create light on our sun jewel. Or sus, which is sense danger, and that costs 1 stamina. Or do we move on? So those are the choices. Okay, we got a lot of... Oop, hold on a second. Okay. That was weird. All of a sudden, like, for a second, the chatty server's having some issues today. So for a second, it was like nothing, and then, but for now, it's read. Vote. Okay, there we go. What if something grabs us before we read the message? Well, then we're going to have to deal with that. Yeah, if it is the dead. We don't have a spell to talk to the dead, just to resurrect them, but we don't have the holy water to do it. So, unfortunately. Okay. And we're going to close the poll. Read the scratched message. In the thin sunlight falling into the cave, you can make out the ancient scratched message with some difficulty. Stranger, I am waiting, very long ago, summon you, call my name to the skies and I will, blah, 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 Adra. Okay, so now, that probably was a mistake. I shouldn't have done that. So we can either try calling out a name, cast a spell, which would be... I'm sorry, I shouldn't have... This is a mistake. It's going to be the same ones. Yeah, that was stupid. Sorry. I should have just, like, cleared it and, like, pulled the same thing up again. Okay. Hot and How. And then there was... K doesn't do anything. There was... Res doesn't do anything because we don't have the Resurrect the Dead thing. So, Hot Run. There was... Damn it. S... U... Right, Sun and Sus. Okay, so... Cast Sun, which is 0. That's the light spell, and then is 1. And that's Sense Danger. Or Move On. There we go. Sorry about that, everybody. So do we try calling out a name? Do we cast How, Hot, Sun, Sus, or do we move on? If you need somebody, call my name. If you want someone, you can do the same. If you want to keep something precious, gotta lock it up and throw away the key. You want to hold on to your possessions, don't even think about me. If you love somebody. Okay. Try calling on a name. Last call. Guess this. Yeah, exactly. Agree, Lego. I think that makes sense. All right. And chat has decided. Try calling out a name. The message on the cave wall suggested calling out a name. But what name should you call? Vic, Flanker, Slang, Shadrach, Jan, Sansis or Lorag? Rosebud, Stella. What should it be? Get your votes in, chat. You know what's not included in this list? ShamWow. Thanks, Obama. 8675309. We just look up at the sky and we go, I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord. Well, I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Okay. Looks like we got a lot of Shadrach voters. Shadrach's like, what the something wicked this way comes. Yeah, so I know some of these. Vic is one of the dudes that we fought in Kare. He was the head of the werewolves basically there. Flanker was the assassin that we just talked about that we met back at the Shemetanti Hills. Slang is like some god of he's like a god of kind of ne'er-do-wells and thieves, I think, basically, which we heard about in Kare. Shadrach I already talked about. Jan was this really obnoxious little fairy thing that Arudnell wanted to destroy. Basically, when he's around, makes it impossible for us to cast magic. Sansis, I don't remember who he is, and Lorag was one of the people that had the thing that we needed to escape Kare, basically. So I don't remember who Sansis is. That name sounds familiar though. But Obama's last name is his last name, his first name. Thanks, Obama. Okay. Shadrach it is. Shadrach! Actually, it should be echoey. Shadrach! Rack. You cry the name across the plains, and the echo of it seems to set off a distant avalanche. The ground begins to shake and rumble, and you stagger to your knees. The very earth is moving as though it was splitting, or merging back together. You reach down to steady yourself, only to find that grass is growing between your fingers. You pick yourself unsteadily to your feet, feeling sick and unwell. Everything around you is the same, but everything is different. The rock has 2 spires, for one thing. The cave seems smaller and darker. And in a fire pit built into the scrub at its mouth, a fire is burning. From inside, you hear the gentle sound of singing. Okay. Do we approach the fire? Do we listen? Call out a threat? Or slip away? What should we do, chat? Yeah, this has got to be Fishtail Rock. Either this is Fishtail Rock or something is really weird. Are there people that would just randomly threaten? Like at this point they'd be like, yo, you want a piece of this? Like just yelling into the... Like, why would you... I don't... I guess there are people like that. It's like Trend's, the game that Trend talked about of Curse of Strahd, where people played it just basically like a dungeon crawl, and I'm like, Someone keeps wanting to throw fireballs. That is possible, though, Queen, in that they are making votes which they know are going to be overridden by the sensible chat. You know what I mean? Like, I wonder if they were just on their own, if they'd be like, fireball, or if they'd be like, let me think about this. But when you get a crowd of people that are like, one person's like, fireball, and everyone's like, what? No. Come on now. It's like, I cast magic missile at the darkness. That's true, Rudnell. Assuming that's a person. But yes. Okay, so listen. You stop and listen. Look, we got stamina. Look, we just got 2 stamina, chat. We just went from 9 to 11 stamina. It is the healing of music. He was singing Mike and the Mechanics, The Living Years. Every generation blames the one before, when all of their frustrations come beating down your door. It is. That's a great song. Listen harder. But then you listen harder, Dunsel, and you overload it, and the next thing you hear is, to live and let die, bum, bum, and we lose like 5 stamina. Like, damn it. Okay. So now I'm going to remove. Hang on a second. Okay. I just adjusted it. So now, do we approach the fire, call out a threat, or slip away? I mean, we just got healing. Do you know what this is? Who we actually just found? This dude is Bob Ross. We're going to go up there and he's going to be like, oh, we just got a pleasant little serpent over here. And we got using his sword. We got a pleasant little serpent here. And maybe just a happy little archmage over here. We got a pleasant little tree over here. And a happy little nighthawk right here. The Bob Ross of hermits. Absolutely. That is 100% true, too. It does improve stamina. Listen to Bob Ross. Oh, that's right. He's got that as a sub-emote. Okay. Last call, last call. Let us approach the fire. You approach the fire. Okay. Do we call out for Shadrach? We're not going to slip it. Well, no. I'm not going to give you that as an option because we obviously would have slipped away already if we wanted to. So do we call out for Shadrach or draw my sword and draw our sword and enter? So you can just tell me that in chat. Call out for Shadrach or draw our sword and enter. Call, 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 call. Calling out for Shadrach. 86753 and I'd be polite. I got to for echo attack. I appreciate you doing that, Arudnell. Fortunately, you will be outvoted. Call, call. Okay. Call out for Shadrach. Shadrach, you cry. I am here. The singing stops abruptly. There is a coughing and wheezing sound, and then an old man hobbles out from the cave, limping on a stick. This must be Shadrach himself. But you recognize the face as that of the tree spirit you met earlier. Okay, here we go. Ah, it's you, he declares, speaking thickly through his beard. I have been expecting you. He waves a hand around the landscape. Welcome back. Stay a while and listen. Really, Shadow Mage? I look just like the tree spirit. Stay a while and listen. Look at that dude. He kind of does a little bit. No? Don't think so? A little bit. Okay. Now, what do we say? What was that magic? You know who I am. Welcome back. You are Shadrach the Hermit. Well, I was just in the trees. So that's who you think it actually is? I've been expecting you. Welcome back. No, I'm not actually going to make him. You are Shadrach the Hermit. Trust but verify. Yeah, there's a couple of interesting choices here. By the way, when we went back just now, with this grass thing, doesn't this feel to you a little bit like we're looking at like Link to the Past here? This feels very much to me like a time travel thing. There's 2 spires on the rock now instead of 1. It's grassy, it's grass instead of, barren landscape. You get more info from 3 or Shadrach the Hermit. You already will have been here before. Had you will have been looking forward to it? All right, last call, last call. And we will play until we finish the Shadrach convo, at which point we will depart, Mr. Shadrach. It's a simulation. Okay. We are going to ask. You are Shadrach the Hermit? You are Shadrach the Hermit, you ask? The man nods. I am he. Welcome to my humble house in this delightful land. He smiles. I know your mission, of course. I know all about you. Okay. So, What should we say? Should we say, come and know me better, man? Do we say, what do you know of me? I need to talk to you. The Eagles. Threaten him for information. Yeah, for fun. I'm sure that's going to work out well. Mortal. What do you threaten him for information? Got the Eagles' message. And we did keep it. We didn't destroy it, so... could definitely do that. Alright, we got 1 vote each. We got 2 votes for show him the Eagles' message. Ooh, is that Chasson sans goût? Or is it Chacon sans goût? Or is it Chaka Khan? Wait, no, it's definitely not that. I'm trying to pull on my 3 years of high school French and 6 months of translation knowledge for my PhD. Matter of taste. Okay. All right, last call, last call. Chacun. Chacun sa goût. Mais oui, but yes. All right, and we're going to show him the Eagles' message. You pull the message from your pack. I was given this, you explain. It mentions you. He scans it and looks up. Your diviners are most impressive. Or, perhaps our meeting has simply been remembered. Yes, that is more likely. Then his eyes narrow as he reads on. 7 serpents. Yes. But now I see why they have sent you to me. All right. What should we say? What do you know of them? Can you help? Oh, I need to get to Mampang. Yeah, see, that's strange. I don't know what that means. Again, I'm really feeling there's some kind of time mechanic thing going on here. Because that would explain why he's like, oh, I know all about you. And, you know, I'm in all time. Pump information. He's like, now that you're here, can I interest you in a timeshare? You know. All right, what's it going to be? What do you know of them, or can you help? This is my Groundhog Day. I've met you 5,000 times before. Okay. I'm going to last call this, since it seems like chat is definitely moving in the direction of number 1. Number 1. Once, going twice. Close the poll. What do you know of them? What do you know of them? A little. He nods slowly, thinking. I know you journey here from Carre. Tell me, how fares that city? It stands still. Same as always. Whoops. Or it is not important. Well, the city wouldn't be angry as a whole. There are definitely people within the city that are not happy with this, but there are also a lot of people within the city that are very happy with this. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't look back when I left. I wrote it in the voice. This is my Groundhog Day. I've met you 5,000 times before. It's the Matrix and he's the architect. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Or it's Miyagi. Tell me, how fares that city? Look I. Always look I. Crown on, crown off. Crown on, crown off. Wars not make one great. Okay. Cheese make one great. Very nice, Wibble. I see what you did there. You were an anomaly. He's put together all, like, the mentors, like, good and bad. Your mission's failure is not your fault. It is your father's. Roar. Anger will not change the fact that your king did not choose to act when he had the chance. They took the crown from him. Would that have stopped you? I've had training. The training is nothing. The will to act. Everything. The will to act. Anyone know what that's from? The training is nothing. The will is everything. The will to act. Okay. I have played Stardew Valley. I liked it okay. It was a little... I found it a little overwhelming, Lego. No, the Miyagi one is Karate Kid, but and not the Power of Positive Thinking. But no, it actually is taken from good polymathematics. There you go, see? It's from Batman Begins. It's the incredible scene on the lake where Bruce Wayne is training with, well, I won't spoil it for you, but is training with, what the hell do they call him? Lucard. I forget who they call the guy. But anyway, Liam Neeson's character. And it's badass. It's super good. Like that whole scene. No, I know it's Liam Neeson. I know that. I was wondering about the character, what they call this character. Ducard, thank you. Yeah, Ducard at the time. If you haven't seen the movie, I won't spoil it for you, but you need to go see it. Damn it, Dragon. Really? Really? I'm trying to avoid spoilers, and Dragon's just like, well, there you go. Burp. Yes, I know who it is. I was trying to keep from... the other one is what I was trying to do. You know, the bad guy. Oh. I have to say, of the trilogy, Batman Begins is my favorite. I did not. No, it's fine. It's fine. As I call him Rag. Yeah, I guess if you haven't seen it by now. It's so great, though. Okay. Same as always. That's very true. The same as always, you lie. Surely if this man has knowledge, he must know that Kare is in great turmoil. He laughs. I watched an army of marsh goblins scale the cliffs armed with swords and axes, he says. There should be smoke rising at the horizon, but I see no such thing. He grabs a handful of dry grass from the ground and tosses it into the fire pit, where it blazes for a moment into flame. He appears to change topic. I must warn you that no one from Analand has ever crossed the backlands alone and survived. What should we say? Should we say, what are the dangers? I am not afraid. The serpents. Or I am told the land is cursed. Not the Dark Knight. Dark Knight is very good. The weakest of the three is Dark Knight Rises, although I still think Dark Knight Rises is solid. Dark Knight is very, very good, especially Heath Ledger performance as the Joker. But but Batman Begins for me is my favorite, and you have to realize that that hit for me at a time when it was 2005, I think 2005, I want to say, and I think it comes out. So it comes out literally 7 years after my father's death, and I watched it in IMAX, and I really, do you want to talk about a movie hitting me in the feels? That movie hit me right in the feels. Like the whole business about like why do we fall, Master Bruce, so we can get back up. I mean, all that was really powerful. I thought that it came before. I think Christian Bale is a very very good Batman, and I think it was before his voice got a little too out of control, where everything was just kind of like, at the time it was just like someone like you. Someone will rattle this cage. And I liked that sound. It was before the voice just got way out of control. But Dark Knight Dark Knight is great. Drunken Billionaire. Yeah, that's Batman Begins. Yep. That's fair, Rock God, yeah. It doesn't, it kind of stands on its own. Although what happens in Batman Begins does set up Dark Knight Rises. So, um, but Batman Begins I think, is a tremendously well done. Also, a lot of great actors in it. Obviously you've got besides Christian Bale, Michael Caine is tremendous as Alfred. I still think the best Alfred ever. You've got Morgan Freeman as Lucius Fox. You've got is it Rutger Hauer? I think playing one of the sort of the bad corporate dude ultimately. You've obviously got Liam Neeson. So just got a lot of brilliant actors in that, and I think that really also made a big difference. Also, Cillian Murphy as the Scarecrow is really impressive. Like when you first figure out who Cillian Murphy is, I think they cover that reveal real well. When you find that out, you're like, oh no, oh that's bad. So, yeah, Rutger Hauer, rest in peace. He is Michael Caine, yes. Michael Caine's so great, man, so great, a world treasure. Okay. All right. What are the dangers? The land is cursed, Shadrach replies. The very rocks and earth here are lost. Things become unstuck. And you have now become unstuck yourself. Okay, this one you can just tell me in chat. I do not understand, or can this curse be lifted? Oh, Killian? Really? I thought that was always pronounced ch. That's Cillian Murphy. Okay, my bad. Yes, I saw the interview with him. I talked about this before. I love Muppet Christmas Carol. I actually decided this year that I want that to be another one of my family traditions. We always watch Charlie Brown Christmas, and we always listen to the Charlie Brown Christmas album. And my daughter loves watching. This year started getting into Snow Miser and Heat Miser and all that stuff. But I'm going to add to that tradition. I always read her Christmas Carol, but Muppet Christmas Carol is going to come into the mix. It actually plays it more straight than you think. Now, it does do some Muppet craziness, but it plays it straighter than you think. And the Ghost of Christmas Present and the Ghost of Christmas Future, who are both done by the same puppeteer, are incredible. Not just great puppets, but just really compellingly done. So great. Okay, so we've got lifted, 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 lifted. Okay, can this curse be lifted? Okay, that's cool. I don't understand what I was thinking about then. I always thought it was ch. You know what probably this is happening is because this is honestly, this is the wages of the sin of being a Boston Celtics fan. Because everywhere in the world, Celtic is pronounced Celtic, except the basketball team. That always screws me up. So, can this curse be lifted? Can this curse be lifted? Shadrach appears to consider this for a moment, then finally replies, No, most likely not. He demonstrates with his fingers as he speaks, twisting them together. The old world and the ancient world have grown together like thorny bushes. To journey through one is to journey through the other. Okay. Interesting. The ancient world? Yeah. That's because we don't know how to speak. How did this curse come to be? What do you know of the 7 serpents? Why would you suddenly be like, oh, you have any food? Why would you ask that? Like, really? I mean, food will be good, but we'll get a chance to ask. Like, why? I don't... We're like, great, let's find out about the 7 serpents. Or, optionally, can I have a hamburger? Like, because hungry. Okay, that's fair. Agreed. Because hungry. Yeah. But still... You people are funny. You're like, why would I ask? Well, because I'm funny. I want to point out that this is still... This hot chocolate is still lukewarm, even though it's almost empty now. And it's now 1:30 in the morning, and I filled this at about 3 o'clock. So I filled this 10 and a half hours ago, and it's still lukewarm. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. So Jirushi, man. Yeah. You make a good point, Queen. Listen, I didn't have a bagel, all right? You know, are you talking to me? I didn't have a bagel. Listen, you want to drink your hot chocolate? You don't. I didn't have a bagel. Ah, yes, hot chocolate. Very good. Okay, so what do you know of the 7 serpents, or do you have any food is what we're looking at right now. I'm going to last call this here. Going once. Well, that's what I was thinking, Queen. Like, at the end of it, then you're like, okay, now you come down with the hammer about, can I have some food? All right, what do you know of the 7 serpents? What do you know of the 7 serpents, you ask? The serpents are most terrible, Shadrach answers. I have often seen them, but they are no mere snakes. Okay. Do you know of their legend? All right. What should we say? Do we say, tell me, I don't care about legends, or... That last one is worse than the whole, like, do you bleed? Okay. So, tell me, I don't care about legends, or just tell me how to kill them. Tell me, do you bleed? You will. I like turtles and stories. Let's get to the good part. Yeah, like, and he'd probably say something like, it cannot be that easy. Just doing that would stay a while and listen. Did you hear the part where I said stay a while and listen? Because... Okay. And close poll. Alright, tell me. Shadrach nods. It is said that thousands of years from now, a few years ago for you, perhaps, the Archmage of Mampang fought and slew a mighty Hydra which dwelt in the caves of High Zaman. So formidable a foe was this creature that the Archmage took its 7 heads back to Mampang, where he used his dark arts to resurrect them as 7 winged serpents. They became his personal messengers, his assassins, his force in dark places. That's charming. Okay, so do we say... thousands of years from now, do we say, so they are undead creatures, or how do I kill them? What do we say? Wow, all of a sudden you're jumping on that. I was going to be like, you know, they're undead or thousands of years from now. I don't know that. How do I kill them? Well, that's, you know, these are all reasonable answers, actually, at this point. I'm waiting for a complete non sequitur. Like, you know, you're looking at them and you're just like, how do you trim your beard? Okay. This conversation with this dude is taking longer than I thought. Okay, last call, last call. Do they bleed? African or European? Ah! All right. How do I kill them? Shadrach nods. A good question. Each serpent has a spirit to sustain it that grants a great power, but also a powerful weakness. Discover these weaknesses, and you may be able to defeat the serpents. Unexpectedly, Shadrach stumbles. He smiles at you weakly. Okay, so do we say, are you unwell? Do we say, do you know the serpent's weaknesses, which frankly, that might be the good way to go. Do you know their spirits? Have... Here's the full walkthrough of the 7 serpents. I see that's what's going to ultimately happen, right? Use the power of empathy. You unwell? Do you have any... I like that the reaction... I like the reaction from Mrs. Dunsel is he stumbles, and so you're like, do you have any food? You just like, wait, before you die or keel over or become like a tree, could you just give me your food? No, I know. It just kind of cracked me up. It's like, oh, what do we say? What do we think? How about, do you have any food? You look unwell. Can I have some food? Yeah, you want a pizza? Like I can order us pizza. Like why don't? Let's use empathy. Can I have food? Empathy for yourself. Empathy for your stomach. If he dies, we have food. Wow. Dang. Dunsel. Dang. The darkness is real. Well, yeah, like, you see, Dunsel already caught, you know, beat you to it. All right, last call, last call. All right. Are you unwell? This whole land is unwell, he replies. I will not be able to stay for very long. He gasps suddenly. Please, ask me what you need to know and then leave. Literally, the first question that is up there is, do you play Swindle Stones? Really? Really? Please ask me what you need to know. Do you want to know Swindle Stones? Really? We need info on the serpents, y'all. I'm just saying that right now. We need info on the serpents. For sure. Maybe not. I don't know. This is one of those deals where, like, the guy is sort of like pulling teeth. You have to ask him things like 6 times in a row. And yeah, but like we can ask him like, what are the weaknesses? Do you know the spirits? And then give us food. Instead of being like, yo, Gramps, can I have an apple? Like, oh man. Telling us their weaknesses. Okay. Last call, last call. Yeah, I saw that MF Doom just passed away. He had an album called Food. I knew very little about him. I knew the name, but yeah. Okay. So, do you know the serpent's weaknesses? Do you know the serpent's weaknesses? You demand urgently. He shakes his head. Ah, but those are the most closely guarded of secrets hidden from simple divination. Please remember, to me, all this is yet to pass. He smiles thinly. But one thing I have seen. I have seen the air spirit defeated, and I can tell you how it was done. Interesting. Okay. So, should we bid him continue? Did you foresee me killing it? Who knows more? Exactly, just say it. I can tell you how it was done. In before, we've lost out on our chance to get any food, and Mrs. Dunsel will have been totally right, and he'll have been like, if only you had come to me earlier, I could have given you my sack of chicken and potatoes, which could sustain you for months. Yeah, exactly. The earth serpent has this... The secret to unlimited food is... Oh, man. Alright. Bid him continue. And did you foresee me killing it? Alright. 5 votes for that. Looks like we are going in the favor of bid him continue. He remains silent, gesturing for him to continue. It happened like this. The air serpent, huge and terrible, was transforming its being into a puff of gas that could suffocate and choke its foes. But in this form, its empty body was weak, and when that husk was destroyed, the serpent was destroyed also. Shadrach is shivering slightly now. His face is pale behind the ruddy beard. Okay, so we got information about the air serpent, which is destroy the husk of the serpent when it starts becoming a puff of gas. So we could ask him whether he plays Swindle Stones, which why? What other spirits possess the serpents? That might be useful. Do you have any food? Which is obviously Mrs. Dunsel's favorite. Or enough talking. You still got the spirits to worry about. Like, I agree with doing food ahead of Swindle Stones. I definitely agree with that. Good times, good times. Eats trail mix. I've given up on him having any food. What's up, Iscariot Paladin? How are you? Happy New Year, Iscariot. Yeah, again, we're running later than I planned. When we're done with this dude, we will finish this up. But if my problem was if I stopped here and we don't play this for another couple weeks, I had this image of us being like, what were we doing? So, yeah. Do you play Swindle Stones? All right, last call, folks. I need a tiebreaker vote here between what other spirits possess the serpents. Yeah, exactly, Triffid. Yee, 1,000-year-old ashes. Do you have any food? All right, going once, going twice. All right, what other spirits possess the serpents? What other spirits possess the serpents? 4 are possessed by base spirits, those of earth, fire, water, and air. But the other 3 are mysteries. Shadrach coughs and shivers. Okay, so we got earth, fire, water, and air, and we know the air serpent you can destroy when it leaves its body, you destroy the husk. But the other 3 are mysteries. Shadrach coughs and shivers. Friend, he murmurs, I wish I did not have to go, but I must if I am to close the circle. He gets his stick and pushes himself up to his feet. Do we say, where are you going? But I have much to ask you. Well then, and thank you. Or be gone, old man. You denied me your food. Alright, what should we say, chat? But I have much to ask you about the subject of food. To be clear, I have much to discuss about food and the value of food. Have you heard the good news about food? Good times, good times. So this is some crazy time mechanic that we're going to see again. This is interesting. That like the modern world, the, you know, contemporary world and the old world, the ancient world are somehow tied together in this weird way. Closing the circle sounds important. Yeah, no, lightning, bio, and gravity. Poison, right? Just ask you food. All right, going once. We got to get a tie break here. We're tied up on, but I have much to ask you. And farewell then. If you heard about our personal Lord and Savior food, exactly. Keep your closed time like loops dangling, exactly. All right, and more votes for that. Okay, but I have much to ask you. Shadrach nods. We will meet again. We have already met, I think. He waves a hand at his cave. I have left one more thing for you in there. Travel well. Remember, when you walk through the fields of Ishtara, you are safe from the serpents. But if you do not return to your own time, you will never defeat them. So do you say, I understand, or how can I travel between these lands? This you can just tell me in chat. I understand, or how can I travel between these lands? How can I travel between these lands and get food? How travel, I understand. Travel. I understand you have no food. Travel, 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 travel. 4, 5, 6. 6 travel. 1 I understand. 7, okay. Okay, so it looks like, how can I travel between these lands? Look to the beacons, he answers cryptically. If any have survived into your time, they will hold a little of our ancient light still. There is one to the north of here, at least by the river. Go there. Reaching over, he places his hands on either side of your head. You feel a great lightness entering your body. That done, he turns and stamps away across the grass. We got look at our health, folks. He healed us all the way to full. This guy's all right. Okay, so... And now he is left. So... Do we say, wait? Do we follow him? Or let him go? Because we kiss him on the nose and say thank you. Because he did that and then headed out. I mean, I don't know. I feel like he told us there's something in the cave. So we have to let him go to go check the cave. Yeah. Yeah. This is where I'm actually on board with the whole food thing. Actually, if we get food from this guy now, and we end up with rations, plus we got the 10 gold and 18 stamina, we're going to be in good shape. And we know more details. We know that we got earth, fire, water, and air, and we know how to beat the air serpent. The spirit which surrounds the air serpent. So that's not bad. Maybe again, I need to know what is in the cave. What's in the box? Okay, last call, last call. Agreed, Queen. Yeah, that gaining 7 points of stamina was pretty sweet right there. Okay. Let him go. Let him go. He leaves, heading west across the plains and fading into the hazy dust that hangs in the air. You muse on what you have seen. It seems there is more to the backlands than there first appeared. You are left alone by the cave mouth once more. Okay, so we're going to look inside the cave. I'm not even going to give that as a vote because that was what everybody basically said. You look into the cave again and this time find a strange horn hanging from a hook on the wall. It's ornately carved from strange twisting shell with a hide of leather. It is a gale horn, one of very few in existence. You lift it down with great care. So the gale horn allows us to cast the spell of Huff. The gale horn basically creates this big wind spell. And this is the first time we found a gale horn, actually. So, that's not bad. So, do we blow the horn or do we move on? What do we do? Blow the horn or move on? Not a cornucopia, but gale horn sounds okay. That is pretty sweet. I mean, like, that gives us... Move on, save the game. Don't blow the wind horn in the cave. Yeah. Move on, save game. Yeah. Alright. We're going to move on. You make your way back to the old road that runs past the rock. To the north, you catch a glimpse of the tower Shadrach mentioned covered in green ivy. West, you notice a young tree that surely wasn't there before. You have found 4 new clues, and other clues have been updated. So see, look at this now. This land... The cloud... This almost looks like the old days with the clouds, but now, like... Now this is different. Now it's a young tree. Wow, we're going to have a lot to do next time. But, let me just quickly check our clues. 7 serpents' weakness. Each has a weakness that if discovered will allow you to destroy them. Whoops. Water serpent, earth serpent, fire serpent, and the air serpent's weakness. When the air serpent leaves its body as a gas, its body is vulnerable. Nice. Really sweet. So, the only thing we're missing is rations. Looks like an actual rock, it's true. And it looks like a fishtail. So now the only thing we're missing is rations. The next time that we play, we'll have the choice of going north up towards this tower. Remember that the guy told us to go to? So north towards the tower, south, for whatever reason, the road again, back towards the young tree, and we'll have a decision to make. But although we don't have any rations, we began this with like 13 stamina or something. We dropped all the way to 11 during this session. 0 gold and 0 rations. Now we have 18 of 18 stamina, 10 gold, 0 rations, plus we got a gale horn. And in fact, if we pull open the spell book... Huff, see? Capable of blowing, our man-sized creatures can blow things off shelves over ledges and the like. Very cool. We didn't get food. That cheap bastard. Okay. Cophope. Now, let me just make sure. Cophope. Let's make sure that that worked. Give me just 1 second to make sure that we got that locked in. Yep. Perfect. Perfect. Worked absolutely perfectly. All right, folks. Awesome. So we did it. Man, I had a lot of fun today. How did people feel about this? Sorry, let me get rid of that. Did everyone have a good time? I enjoyed. I had a lot of fun. I hope you folks did as well. That was really cool. Yeah, and we have a lot of stuff to do now. Like we have a bunch of stuff that we're going to be doing. So if you like this, there is more where this came from. I'm really glad that we're doing this and getting into a little bit more like again, this is a little more chill than Final Fantasy VII Remake. Don't get me wrong, I adored that game, but I needed a little bit of a woo, so it was cool. And cool. I love how it's interactive also, and they just did such a good job with this. Inkle did, like they really did. There's just so many good options. As I realize how badly I need a haircut, there's just so many good options with this. The map is so good. I love the map. Oh man, it really is beautiful. Mike Schle's work is just amazing. I really like him as an artist. So, but anyway, so there's going to be a lot more where that came from down the line, and we will have more to do as we move along. But it is late. This is actually about a half hour later than I planned to play, but we got to a discussion with a hermit who wanted us to stay a while and listen. But now we got through past the hermit, so I feel like we're not going to be totally lost going into this next stage. So that's going to be good. So if you liked what you saw and heard today, I hope you will do a few things. I hope you'll follow the channel. I hope you will check out the YouTube with exclamation point ArvTube. Please subscribe to me over there as well. I have a lot of my past videos, including if you wanted to catch up with the previous sorceries, you can go back and take a look when we played through the last sorceries. Which again was the last one was back in like mid 2019, I think. So about a year and a half ago ish. So yeah, so you can definitely check that out. And I'm trying to get people to subscribe over there because I'm trying to build up my subscriber numbers. It's free to do it for you guys, but it will help me because I'm trying to get to 1,000 subscribers so that I can monetize the channel, which is only something I would do in the event that something happens to Twitch. Basically, I want to make sure that I have a safe haven in terms of streaming. In case something were to happen to Twitch, not that I have any inside information or expect anything bad would happen or whatever. It's just, good to be prepared. And so I'm trying to kind of build up my subscriber numbers over there. So please consider doing that if you can. I'm going to get to that, Mrs. Dunsel, believe me. So I'm going to do that. Please check out the Discord with exclamation point ArvCord, where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Exclamation point Arv Tweets is my Twitter. Please follow me over there. I always tweet when I go live. I talk there about my writing, my teaching, my music, my gaming/streaming, my family, obviously, and occasional little bit of politics or something about other stuff there. So there's that going on. And then the website for all this is arvanelleron.com. On the financial side, exclamation point Arv Shop is the merchandise area for the Infinity and Beyond crew, which is playing Palace of the Red Pasha later this month, and also for the Adventures of Middle-earth crew, which is also going to be back with us later this month. And you can also get soon some Esper Genesis material over there as well. Exclamation point Arv Treon is that Patreon right there, 20 patrons. Excuse me, 177 per month. That has slipped back a little bit, and over time I'm able to get money from that, which really helps, and I'm able to put that back into the channel. It also gets good stuff for you and allows you to support the channel and also get cool stuff for you, which is neat as well. And of course, as was just mentioned by Mrs. Dunsel, subbing to the channel. We had 23 new subs today, thanks to a resub or two, but also thanks to the incredible generosity of Glog, who gave a ton of subs today, the generosity of Triffid, who gave another gift sub, an anonymous gifter who gave gift subs, or Rudenel gave a gift sub, and a bunch of other people, and a couple of people may have given a gift sub without letting us know exactly who it was, plus people who cheered and all that stuff. So thank you, everybody. I really appreciate that so much, and it was a lovely holiday gift, actually. And so that means that we're now sitting at about, what are we at, like 70 subs, maybe? Let me just take a look quickly, because I'm curious. I have now got, let's see, I have got a total of, and Echo Alpha, of course, with the bits as well, 96 sub points, and I think it might be this. There we go. So that means that we have got 66 tier 1 subs, 6 2-tier subs, and 3 tier 3 subs. So we have 75 subs. That's awesome. Thank you, everybody. That's awesome. I really appreciate that. That definitely makes a difference and is something which will be able to be put back into the channel and my writing and all that stuff. So thank you so much. That was really generous of everybody. Thank you. Thank you. And in addition, so please sub to the channel if you haven't done so already. That really helps. For all the new subs, I hope you really enjoy being a sub here over the course of the month. I think this is the best channel, the best subscribers, the best viewers on Twitch. I think it's the best community on Twitch. And we pride ourselves on that community here. So I hope you will become a part of it in all the ways that I mentioned previously. On the publishing side, Exclamation Point Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. Really trying to push that more as well as we move here into the new year. Plus Exclamation Point Library, Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library from Alligator Alley Entertainment. Very excited about the hardcovers of those, which are coming out very soon. They're already they're being shipped. They're already here in the United States. They just have to get to the place in Tennessee, and then they will be shipped out and fulfilled to the various people who ordered them. So I'm very excited about that. Believe me. In the meantime, you can check out the digital version over at DriveThruRPG, where it is a silver seller. And then Exclamation Point Greyshade KS is my Greyshade Kickstarter, which is going to be launching in early February. Very excited about the Greyshade Kickstarter as well. It's got a set of books, it's got a board game, it's got a role-playing game, it's got an audiobook, and some other surprises. Very, very exciting, and happening in early February, so I'm going to be talking more about that in the next couple of weeks. And then last but certainly not least, we have got Exclamation Point BLM, Black Lives Matter, because it is important to assert and affirm the significance of protecting Black lives, and this gives you information about political advocacy, about educating yourself and others, and of course places where you can donate to support various organizations with your resources. That's also helpful as well. And Exclamation Point Help Now is our World Health Organization page, which is the page on suicide prevention. Again, during a difficult year, during a difficult time, this is something we talked about quite a bit. We're past at least the difficult year from a calendar point of view, but it's not like we don't have other things that we're still dealing with. We've got a lot of darkness before the dawn, and besides, the holidays have been difficult for people traditionally anyway in many cases. So this is the kind of thing that can really help. If you see someone that needs to be reached out to, please do that. And if you need to have someone to reach out to you, if you need help, please let them know, let members of our community know, let your friends know, and check out that page, because we need everyone here. We need the most sort of rays of light that we can possibly get here. So please consider doing that, because that really does make a difference. We are going to do a raid today. Next time you're going to hear from us, by the way, will be on Monday evening, when Saad will be back with a Grumbler's Guide to the Temple of Elemental Evil. And then Tuesday, I'll be back with the Gamebook illustration stream, where Terry Toons, who did those amazing emotes you were showing off in chat, is going to be illustrating what will probably be the conclusion of the Way of the Tiger Ninja Assassin book that we've been doing, Gamebook. So she's going to be doing that. If you like this, Gamebook is very similar to that in terms of chat making choices and so on. So we've got that going on. And then at 4 p.m., I'll be over at GOG for my Pen and Pixel show and some Vaporum Lockdown. So that's the deal with that. We are going to do a raid. Yeah, get some sleep, Bruno, for sure. Works this way. If you are not a sub, please do that. The Arbonauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, please do this. Arbonauts have landed, and then you can throw in some of those emotes. Arvany Hype, Twitch raid again is someone else's, but is Twitch's, but Arvany Roar, Arvany What, Arvany Woe, Arvany Witch, Arvany Love. All of those would be great things to do when you are brought over automagically to the person that we are going to be raiding today. And speaking of that, let me see who we're going to raid. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? I see who it's going to be. Yep, I know exactly who we're going to raid. So, good stuff. I want to thank everyone for what was really an awesome session tonight. Really good turnout. The chat was really on point. Everyone was having a lot of fun. Really interactive, and the generosity of the gifts was just really, really appreciated. So thank you all so much for that. Thanks to my wonderful mods, Rudinel, Dragonspear, Glog, what can I say? Rudinel and Glog both gave subs today. Rudinel's given so many in the past. Glog dropping the sub bomb today. Thank you so much to all of you for that. Thank you to Burner, Jedi Burner. Thank you to Rock God, Shadowed Mage, Triffity Mats, and Coven Guy. Thank you all so much for all of that. Thank you to Triffit as well for the gift sub, and thank you to all of my mods for being the best in the business. Thank you to my wonderful subscribers. Thank you to Rudinel, Dragonspear, Glog, Jedi Burner, Rock God, Shadow Mage, Triffity Mats. Thank you to Nonstop, Commander Dunsel, Configuration Queen, Live Suing, Mrs. Dunsel, and Wibble and Z. Thank you all so much. Thanks for the follow tonight as well, Configuration Queen. Thank you to an anonymous cheer and anonymous gifter who did give and gift and cheer. So thank you so much. Thank you to another TT viewer, which is clearly not a bot. Thank you to Bing Cortana. Thank you to Commander Root, Droop Dog. Thank you to Arabs. Thank you to Have This Too, Iliara, Iscariot Paladin, Josiah Firesnake, Let's Do This Music, clearly not a bot. Thank you to Paulie Mathematics, Poltergeist Zero, Tontoms, Toymoy, You Christensen, Virgo Praz, and West River Rat. Happy New Year, everybody. Thank you, West River Rat. Good to see you. And thanks, everyone who contributed subs, gave subs, hung out, part of the chat, and all that kind of good stuff. Much love to all of you. You are wonderful people, and I appreciate all of it. Stick around for the raid. I will see you lovely folks Monday evening for Sod and a Grumbler's Guide to the Temple of Elemental Evil and much more of this game to come. Until I speak to you next time, everyone, please be good to each other. Happy New Year. Have a good night. Honk.